Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. My name is Jer, your online tutor and guide. In today's video, I'm bringing you my ultimate household vocabulary masterclass. This comprehensive compilation includes over 40 of my best guides, designed to help you master the English vocabulary relating to every aspect of your home. We'll start with common household items and cleaning vocabulary. Then we'll explore the vocabulary for different rooms in the house, including the bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Next, we'll dive into cooking and food-related vocabulary, followed by essential terms for home decor and improvement. We'll also cover important vocabulary for architecture and real estate, helping you understand key terms when discussing building structures and property. We'll also look at different types of homes, both in the US and the UK, and then move on to gardening and plant vocabulary. For pet lovers, I've included guides on cat and dog vocabulary. You'll also learn about various tools and equipment, including power tools, containers, and gym equipment. Finally, we'll cover some special topics such as Christmas traditions, American neighborhood culture, car buying, and flooring essentials. So, by the end of this masterclass, you'll have a thorough understanding of home-related vocabulary, making you more confident in your English language skills. Whether you're an ESL learner, a homeowner, or just looking to expand your vocabulary, this video has something for everyone. If you want to skip ahead to another video, all the chapters are included below. Our first lesson is a beginner's vocabulary guide to the home and common items you'll find there. This lesson is easy. Just listen and repeat. House. House. Garden. Garden. Front door. Front door. Welcome mat. Welcome mat. Door. Door. Window. Window. Floor. Floor. Wall. Wall. Ceiling. Ceiling. Corner. Corner. Hall. Hall. Rug. Rug. Kitchen. Kitchen. Table. Table. Chair. Chair. Sink. Sink. Oven. Oven. Washing machine. Washing machine. Dishwasher. Dishwasher. Microwave. Microwave. Refrigerator. refrigerator, kettle, kettle, cupboard, cupboard, drawer, drawer, living room, living room, couch, couch, armchair, armchair, coffee table, coffee table, end table, end table, television, television, bookcase, bookcase, fireplace, fireplace, curtains, curtains, staircase, staircase, bedroom, bedroom, bed, bed, bunk beds, bunk beds, pillow, pillow, blanket, blanket, lamp, lamp, wardrobe, wardrobe, desk, desk, shelves, shelves, bathroom, bathroom, toilet, toilet, basin, basin, toilet paper, toilet paper, shower, shower, bath, bath, towel, towel, toothbrush, toothbrush, mirror, mirror, attic, attic, roof, roof, chimney, chimney, shed, shed, garage, garage, apartment building, apartment building, balcony, balcony. In this vocabulary video, we will cover vocabulary relating to cleaning and household chores. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. In our first part of our series, we will look at cleaning related to the kitchen. Are you ready to begin? Our first word is a verb, to clean, a regular verb. Repeat after me. To clean. The definition is to make something clean, to remove dirt, marks, or other stains from something. Let's practice saying the verb again. To clean. Let's check out some sentence examples. Our first example is from the present simple tense. Sophia cleans the table. Sophia cleans the table. Our next example is from the past simple tense. Nicola cleaned the counter. Repeat after me. Nicola cleaned the counter. Next up we have another verb. The verb to do. Repeat after me. To do. The definition of this word is to perform an action, the precise nature of which is often unspecified. Let's have a look at this word in action. Emma will do the dishes later. This is the future simple tense. Emma will do the dishes later. So to do the dishes is the action of actually cleaning the dishes. To do is an irregular verb, so in the past tense it changes. Let's have a look at this example. John did the dishes today. John did the dishes today. Let's have a look at an example in the present simple tense. Gary does the dishes every day. So this verb is quite vague, and depending on what tense you use, the verb can change a lot. So don't worry, we'll come back to this verb in a later video. Next up, let's have a look at some nouns that we might use when cleaning, like sponge. Repeat after me. Sponge. Up next we have another noun called rag. Repeat after me. Rag. Now some people also might call this a cloth. Repeat after me. Cloth. These words are interchangeable, so you can use whichever one you prefer. Next up we have another noun. This one is called mop. Repeat after me. Mop. When you use a mop, we have a specific verb. To mop. This is a regular verb, and the definition is to clean or soak up liquid from the surface by wiping. Let's have a look at this verb in action. I mopped the kitchen floor today. This sentence is in the past simple. I mopped the kitchen floor today. Next up we have another noun. A broom. Repeat after me. Broom. And next up we have a very similar cleaning tool, the sweeping brush. Repeat after me. Sweeping brush. So when you use a broom or sweeping brush to clean a floor, we have a specific verb, to sweep. This is an irregular verb, and the full definition is to clean an area by brushing away dirt or litter. Our sentence example is in the past simple tense. David swept the kitchen floor yesterday. David swept the kitchen floor yesterday. Our next example is from the present simple tense. Emma sweeps the floor every day. Emma sweeps the floor every day. Let's have a look at some more nouns. Here is dustpan. Repeat after me. Dustpan. Up next we have a noun which is called different things in British and American English. In American English, this is called a vacuum cleaner. Repeat after me. Vacuum cleaner. But in British English, it is called a Hoover, which is the name of a popular vacuum cleaning brand. Hoover. So this influences the verb you would use, whether in American or British English. The verb in American English is to vacuum clean. And the definition is to clean with a vacuum cleaner. And in British English, the verb is influenced by the brand name, to Hoover. Repeat after me. To Hoover. And the definition is the same. To Hoover means to clean with a vacuum cleaner. Let's have a look at some sentence examples to understand this better. In British English, we would say, she hoovers twice a week. But in American English, we would say, she vacuum cleans twice a week. If you have any questions about this difference, leave a comment below with your question and we will get back to you in more detail. Our next noun is washing machine. Washing machine. And this noun is used in British English. However, in American English, they use washer. Repeat after me, washer. And the verb we associate with this machine is the verb to wash. This is a regular verb, and the definition is to make something clean, to remove dirt, marks, or stains from something. Let's have a look at some examples. In the present simple tense, we could say, I wash my clothes twice a week. I wash my clothes twice a week. Our next example is in the past simple. She washed her uniform yesterday. She washed her uniform yesterday. Let's take a look at some adjectives we might use when we are cleaning. Our first adjective is dirty. Repeat after me. Dirty. And the definition of this adjective is covered or marked with an unclean substance. Our sentence example is, the kitchen was really dirty. The kitchen was really dirty. Our next adjective is the complete opposite. Clean. Repeat after me. Clean. And the definition of this adjective is to be free from dirt, marks, or stains. Let's have a look at a sentence example. The kitchen was very clean. The kitchen was very clean. Today we're going to boost your English vocabulary with 25 essential English phrases for household chores and cleaning, perfect for everyday conversations and practical use. So let's get started. Doing the laundry. Washing the dishes. Vacuuming the carpet. Mopping the floor. Dusting the shelves. Mowing the lawn. Taking out the trash. Emptying the dishwasher. Scrubbing the floors. Cleaning the windows. Polishing the furniture. Tidying the room. Folding the laundry. Ironing the clothes. Cooking the dinner. Reorganizing the closet. Removing a stain. Doing the recycling. Sweeping the floor. Wiping the table. organizing the bookshelves, sanitizing the bathroom, repairing the machine, rearranging the furniture, growing the vegetables. And that's a wrap on our chore-themed English lesson. Well done, you've learned 25 new English phrases. English Pro. Today we are diving into the world of household cleaning products. Cleaning our living spaces can be a breeze when we know the essential terms related to chemicals and liquids used in the process. If you're ready, let's get started and expand our English vocabulary. First up, we have disinfectant. This is a powerful chemical that eliminates germs and harmful microorganisms, making surfaces safe and hygienic. Disinfectant. Bleach is a strong chemical that removes stains, brightens whites, and disinfects surfaces. It's commonly used in laundry and cleaning. Bleach. Let's move on to degreaser. This is a cleaning agent designed to dissolve and remove grease and oily residues from surfaces, leaving them clean and shiny. Degreaser. An all-purpose cleaner is a versatile cleaning product that can be used on various surfaces to remove dirt, grime, and stains without causing damage. All-purpose cleaner. Let's move on to a glass cleaner. This is a specialized liquid formulated to clean glass surfaces, leaving them streak-free and transparent. Glass cleaner. Vinegar is a natural acid that can be used as a cleaning agent to dissolve mineral deposits, remove odors, and disinfect surfaces. Vinegar. Disinfecting wipes are pre-moistened disposable wipes that are infused with disinfectant chemicals for convenient and quick surface cleaning. Disinfecting wipes. Next up, we have carpet cleaner solution. This is a liquid designed to remove stains, dirt, and odors from carpets and rugs, leaving them fresh and clean. Carpet cleaner solution. Fabric detergents are special liquid cleaning agents formulated to effectively remove dirt, stains, and odors from clothing and other fabrics during the laundry process. Fabric detergent. And we also have fabric softener. This is a liquid added to laundry to make clothes feel soft, reduce static cling, and provide a pleasant fragrance. Fabric softener. A stain remover is a specialized product used to eliminate stubborn stains and spots from fabrics and surfaces. Stain remover. And finally, we have the deodorizer. This is a substance that neutralizes and masks unpleasant odors, leaving rooms and surfaces smelling fresh and clean. Deodorizer. And there you have it, 12 essential terms related to household cleaning products. By mastering these words, you'll be better equipped to talk about and understand the chemicals and liquids that keep our homes sparkling clean. Today we're about to embark on an exciting linguistic journey as we explore the various rooms in a house. So let's start our journey right at the entrance with the porch. Both in American and British English, it's commonly referred to as the porch, a covered area adjacent to the entrance where you can relax and enjoy the outdoors. This word can trace its roots back to the Latin porticus, meaning colonnade or covered entrance. Outside of America, like in the UK and Ireland, the term porch means something like this, a small enclosed structure which leads to the front door. From the porch, we step into the hallway, a pathway that connects different rooms in the house. Synonyms for hallway include corridor, entrance, or foyer. In larger institutions, a corridor may refer to a longer passageway, while hallway typically applies to homes. The foyer is a term used by Americans to describe a big entrance hall. Next, we move into the heart of the house, the living room. There are lots of synonyms for living room, like sitting room, lounge, family room, or parlor. Parlor is a historical term and comes from the French word parler, meaning to speak. In the past, the parlor was a room where guests were entertained and engaged in conversation. From the living room, we continue to the dining room, a space dedicated to sharing meals with family and friends. In both American and British English, it's known as the dining room. Synonyms for it are the eating area and the dining hall. Dining hall is often used in larger establishments or institutions. Next up, we have the kitchen, a room where you prepare delicious meals and create culinary wonders. There are synonyms for kitchen, but they aren't used very often, such as cuisine, a galley, which is commonly used on boats, and a cookroom, which is a very archaic word. Now let's explore the pantry, a room designed for storing food and kitchen supplies. Synonyms for pantry include larder, storeroom, or cold room. Moving on to the utility room, a practical space for household appliances and performing household tasks. In both American and British English, it's commonly called the utility room or simply the utility. Synonyms for this include laundry room or washroom. In the UK, a utility room is more commonly associated with laundry facilities, while in the US, it may encompass a broader range of functions. Now let's step into the enchanting conservatory, a room designed to showcase and enjoy the surrounding landscape. Synonyms for conservatory include sunroom or greenhouse. The term conservatory originates from the Latin word conservatorium, meaning a place of preservation. Next up, we have the den, which can be cozy and informal or can be used for study and personal business. Synonyms for den include study, library, or retreat. Next, we have the landing, a space found at the top of the staircase. In some situations, some landings may be referred to as a mezzanine. A mezzanine is an intermediate floor in a building between two other floors. From the landing, we move on to the bedroom, a place of rest and relaxation after a long day. The biggest bedroom in the house is often referred to as the master bedroom. And while they're not really used, there are synonyms such as sleeping quarters, chamber, or dormitory. Dormitory is typically used for shared sleeping places in institutions. Now let's take a detour to the bathroom, a crucial space for personal hygiene. In both American and British English, it's known as the bathroom, or sometimes the restroom in more formal settings. Other synonyms include washroom, lavatory, or powder room. A powder room is typically a small guest bathroom. And we also have the ensuite, a convenient feature in modern houses. These are small bathrooms located off a bedroom. The term private bathroom would be one which is used more in American English. From there, we ascend to the attic, a unique space which can be used for storage or as an additional room like a guest bedroom or a study. Synonyms for attic include loft or garret. The word attic originates from the Latin term atticus, referring to the upper story of a building. And there you have it, a fascinating word list taking you through the rooms in a house, filled with synonyms and insights into American and British English differences. I hope you enjoyed this linguistic adventure and found it helpful in expanding your English vocabulary. Hi everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. In this video lesson, we will be exploring lots of useful English vocabulary relating to the bedroom. I'll be teaching you about different types of beds, highlighting differences in American and British English, and lots more, so stay tuned. So let's jump straight into our lesson, and our first word, of course, is bedroom. Repeat after me. Bedroom. The bedroom is named after the piece of furniture which we sleep on, the bed. There are a few different types of bed. Let's take a look. A bed for one person is known as a single. A bed for two people is known as a double in British English and a twin in American English. Now, it gets a little bit confusing from here. The next size in British English is known as a king, and in American English is called a queen. And then the very biggest size in British English is called a queen and called a king in American English. So if you're buying a bed in America or the UK, make sure you know exactly which one you're supposed to say. A baby's bed is known as a crib. This is a smaller bed which is surrounded by a frame. When you have two single beds stacked one on top of the other, we call this a bunk bed. And to help you get to the top bunk, there is usually a ladder. When it comes to sleeping, a very important part of your bed is your pillow. Repeat after me. Pillow. The piece of fabric or cloth that we sleep under is called a blanket. The term duvet refers to a thicker type of blanket which is more commonly used in Europe. A thicker blanket in America is called a quilt. These usually have a very distinct pattern on them. And when it comes to sleeping, we sleep on a mattress. The mattress is usually covered in what we call a fitted sheet. That's quite tricky to say. Repeat after me. Fitted sheet. The mattress usually sits on top of a bed frame. And attached to the bed frame is the headboard. Repeat after me. Headboard. Lots of beds these days will have some type of storage underneath. This usually takes the form in drawers. The small table, which is usually at the side of the bed, is called the bedside table. Repeat after me. Bedside table. And most bedside tables will have a lamp. This is what provides light in your room, and a lamp usually has a lamp shade. This is typically a cylindrical cover used to soften the light. In this modern age, most bedside tables will have what's called a charging dock or a phone charger to provide energy to your phone. But if you're a bit more old school, you may have an alarm clock. Our next piece of furniture is used to store your clothes. In British English, it is called a wardrobe, and in American English, it is referred to as a closet. In lots of modern homes, it is common for a wardrobe or a closet to be like its own little room. When it's like this off your bedroom, it is called a walk-in closet. Another room which is often connected to a bedroom is called an ensuite in British English, or simply the bathroom in American English. Another common piece of furniture in a bedroom is called a chest of drawers. If you study or work from home in your bedroom, you may have a desk. A desk is a table where we do our work, and it's common to have a chair beside the desk to sit on, of course. A desk which is used for the application of beauty products is called a dressing table or a vanity. On screen you can see indicated a very small chair with no back. This is called a stool. And for checking your appearance, you can use the mirror. This is quite a tricky English word, so let's try it again. Repeat after me. Mirror. What else can we find on a wall in a bedroom? Well, you can find a painting. Or perhaps you may have a picture. If the picture is of a person, we call it a portrait. It may also just be simply referred to as a photograph. In teenagers' bedrooms, it's very common to have lots of posters on the walls. These are pictures without any frame and are stuck to the wall with adhesive. They can be about your favorite superhero, a political message, or perhaps maybe your favorite musician. Another main feature of a bedroom is the window. A type of shelf which is at the bottom of a window is called the window sill. The rigid structure which surrounds the window is called the window frame. With a window, there is a type of screen which we can move up and down. These are called blinds. Another type of this screen is called Venetian blinds. These are common in homes and in offices and workplaces. Fabric which is hung from the window and used as a screen as well is known as curtains. Typically there are two on a window, so we usually refer to them in the plural, curtains. Let's move on. Another handy way to store your stuff is on a shelf. This can also be referred to as shelving. A piece of furniture with lots of shelving, which is used to store books, is known as a bookcase. Something else you may find in a bedroom is called a radiator. This is what it's called in British English. More generally, it can be called a heater. And when it comes to the floor, it is very common to have carpet in the bedroom. And in some older homes, you may find a wooden floor in the bedroom. If this is the case, it's very common to have some type of rug in the bedroom, usually near the bed, to make sure your feet are not too cold in the morning when you get up. And that brings us to the end of this lesson on English vocabulary relating to the bedroom. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know how you got on in the comments below. And if you're like me and passionate about English language and English vocabulary, you should definitely head over to my channel, Learning English Pro, for a wealth of resources on lots of different topics. There are now over 180 videos covering lots and lots of really interesting English vocabulary. And if you can't find what you're looking for, let me know in the comments and I'll do my very best to make a video just for you. Hi everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. In this lesson, we'll be taking a look at English vocabulary relating to the living room. Get ready for lots of useful and interesting English. Let's take a look at our English glossary, and our first term is the subject of our lesson, the living room. This term is comprised of two separate words, which is unlike other rooms in the house, like bedroom and bathroom. So this is an important thing to bear in mind. Next up, let's take a look at some synonyms which are commonly used instead of living room. First up, we have sitting room, which is quite commonly used. Next is lounge. Then we have parlour. Parlour is more of an older term. Next up, we have front room, then drawing room, and finally family room. And the first item of furniture we will take a look at can be called two things, a sofa or a couch. These words both mean exactly the same thing, so pick whichever you like the best. The smaller chair found in the living room is the armchair. Repeat after me. Armchair. On a sofa or an armchair, you may find a cushion. Repeat after me. Cushion. Another useful item which can be found on the couch is a blanket. In British English, this may be called a throw. And these are great to get cozy on a cold day. A small, low table which is typically in front of the sofa is called a coffee table. Repeat after me. Coffee table. A smaller type of table which can be found at the end of a couch is called an end table. End table. In some living rooms you will find small tables which sit into each other. These are called a nest of tables. Nest of tables. The item used to light the room is called a lamp. Repeat after me. Lamp. A taller lamp which rests on the floor is called a floor lamp. Floor lamp. A soft piece of material which is laid on the floor is called a rug. Rug. And when this material is fitted across the entire floor, it's called a carpet. Carpet. If this is the first time you're visiting my channel, Learning English Pro, you're very welcome. My name is Jer and I'm narrating your lesson today. Make sure to subscribe to stay updated on all my latest lessons. Getting back to our lesson, and our next word is television. And of course, this word can be shortened to TV. And in the UK, in British English, it can be referred to as the telly. Big modern televisions are sometimes referred to as flat screens. Repeat after me. Flat screen. And with a television, you need a remote control. It is more commonly referred to as the remote. Something which is very popular in my living room is the game console. The item we use to control the game console and play games is called the controller. Repeat after me. Controller. To improve the sound from gaming and television, you may have speakers in your living room. The item of furniture which the television and games console sits into can be called a television table or a television stand. Some televisions will sit into a bigger piece of furniture with additional shelving. This is called a television cabinet. Another big piece of furniture in a living room can be a bookshelf. Repeat after me. Bookshelf. And for those who have green fingers, it's very common to have plants in your living room. A little bit more on the expensive side is flowers. These of course need to be regularly purchased, but they can add a lot of brightness to a room. The glass container which can be used to store flowers is called a vase. Repeat after me. Vase. Our next term is fireplace. Repeat after me. Fireplace. The structure which surrounds a fireplace and typically has a shelf above it is called a mantelpiece. Repeat after me. Mantelpiece. The part of the wall which sticks out to accommodate the fireplace and mantelpiece is called the chimney breast. Repeat after me. Chimney breast. On the subject of walls, something we can hang on the wall to decorate it is a painting. This may also be referred to as a picture. Another type of picture which some people like to hang in their living room is photography. Individually, these can be referred to as photographs. Our next item for a living room can be hung on a wall or put on a shelf. It is a clock. Repeat after me. Clock. The type of clock on screen is called a grandfather clock. Repeat after me. Grandfather clock. Hello everyone, you're very welcome back to Learning English Pro. In this lesson, our English glossary will be concerned with all those useful tools we find in the kitchen, called utensils. This promises to be a really interesting lesson which you can use straight away in your home environment. And without further ado, let's begin our English lesson. Our first utensil is the bottle opener. Repeat this after me. Bottle opener. Let's move on, and next up we have the bowl. Bowl. This can be a little bit tricky to say. Let's try it one more time. Bowl. This is a butter knife. I have highlighted the K here because we do not pronounce it. It is silent. Butter knife. This knife has an unusual shape and is used to spread butter. Don't worry, we'll cover lots more knives later in the video. Next up, we have a cake slicer. Repeat after me. Cake slicer. Our next utensil originates from Asia and is used to eat. Chopsticks. Repeat after me. Chopsticks. This is a colander. Colander. We use the colander to strain water from food which has been cleaned or cooked. If you need to open a bottle with a cork, you will need a corkscrew. Repeat after me. Corkscrew. The next word in our glossary is a general term for the utensils which we use to eat. Cutlery. Repeat after me. Cutlery. The utensils which fall under the umbrella term of cutlery include the fork. Let's try that one more time. Fork. We have the knife with our silent K. And next up, we have the spoon. Repeat after me. Spoon. And our final piece of cutlery has the longest name, but it is the smallest. The teaspoon. Repeat after me. Teaspoon. Now, as promised, we're going to take a look at just some of the different types of knives that can be found in a kitchen. The type of knife on screen is called a cleaver. Repeat after me. Cleaver. It can also be referred to as a butcher's knife. Our next type of knife is small and sharp, the fish knife. This can also be called a fillet knife. I'm using the British pronunciation of fillet here. In American English, it would be called fillet, a fillet knife. Something we use with knives can be called a cutting board or a chopping board. And this handy utensil is called a funnel. Repeat after me. Funnel. For a lot of people, they will use a knife to chop up garlic into small pieces. However, we do have a utensil for this job. A garlic crusher. Repeat after me. Garlic crusher. When it comes to keeping your kitchen clean, you can use a paper towel. In some places, this can be referred to as kitchen paper. When food needs to be served in very small, thin pieces, we can use a utensil called a grater. Repeat after me. Grater. Another very handy utensil we can use in the kitchen is a scissors. And because this type of scissors needs to stay in the kitchen for hygiene reasons, we would call it the kitchen scissors. Repeat after me. Kitchen scissors. When we need to remove something from the oven when it is hot, we can use what's called oven gloves or oven mitts. A spoon which is quite big and quite deep is known as a ladle. Repeat after me. Ladle. When we need to take juice from a lemon, we use a lemon squeezer. Lemon squeezer. To measure ingredients for a recipe, we would use what's called a measuring cup or a measuring jug. So we have measuring cup or measuring jug. A smaller version of this is a measuring spoon. Repeat after me. Measuring spoon. To remove the hard outer shell of a nut, we have the nut cracker, all one word. Nut cracker. Our next utensil is actually two items used together, the mortar and pestle. The part that looks like a bowl is called the mortar, and the pestle is the tool which we use to grind food into the mortar. Our next utensil is the sieve. Repeat after me. Sieve. If you're enjoying this video and would like to support my homegrown channel, Learning English Pro, here is your chance. YouTube has added the super thanks button to my profile. So if you want to send a little love my way, you can send me the tip of your choice. All support is greatly appreciated. Okay, let's get back to our lesson and our next utensil, which is the spatula. Repeat after me. Spatula. This utensil is called a tongs. Repeat after me. Tongs. Like scissors, we always use the plural form of this word. Tongs. Our next utensil is great for mixing ingredients. A whisk. Repeat after me. Whisk. A tool which is used to remove the skin off fruit and vegetables is called a peeler. Repeat after me. Peeler. A tool which is used to grind and serve pepper is called a pepper mill. All one word. Pepper mill. This utensil is called a rolling pin. Rolling pin. To cut pizza, we use the pizza cutter. Repeat after me. Pizza cutter. If you like soft mashed potatoes, you will need a potato masher. Repeat after me. Potato masher. Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on kitchen appliances. Now it's time to sit back, relax, and repeat after me. Our first word is toaster. Repeat after me. Toaster. And now let's move on to our next word. Kettle. Repeat after me. Kettle. Our next word is electric whisk. Repeat after me. Electric whisk. This is microwave oven. Repeat after me. Microwave oven. Our next appliance is fryer. Repeat after me. Fryer. Our next gadget is bread maker. Repeat after me. Bread maker. Our next appliance is air fryer. Air fryer. Our next word is blender. Repeat after me. Blender. And this is a hand blender. Hand blender. Up next we have a very useful appliance. Food processor. Food processor. And for everyone's favourite beverage, coffee maker. Coffee maker. Up next we have scales. Repeat after me. Scales. In American English, this is a gas stove. Gas stove. And in British English, it would be called a gas hob. Gas hob. And similarly, this is an electric stove in American English. Electric stove. And in British English, electric hob. Electric hob. Our next word is oven. Repeat after me. Oven. Our next appliance in American English is called a washer. Washer. And in British English, it is called a washing machine. Repeat after me. Washing machine. The appliance where we dry our clothes is simply called the dryer. Repeat after me. Dryer. Up next we have the dishwasher. Repeat after me. Dishwasher. Our next word is refrigerator. Repeat after me. Refrigerator. And this is the American English. In British English, it is called the fridge. Repeat after me. Fridge. And this is called the freezer. Repeat after me. Freezer. Hi everyone, welcome back to Learning English Pro. I'm sure you've seen many vocabularies for the bathroom before, but with this video I am promising you a truly comprehensive lesson with over 100 terms in the word list. Let's jump straight into our lesson, and our first word of course is the bathroom, which come in many different shapes and sizes. First up, we're going to take a look at the thing which gives the bathroom its name, the bathtub. It is called the bathtub in American English. And in British English, it is simply referred to as the bath. Another synonym for this object is tub. It is very common when having a bath to have bubbles in your bath. This is the white foam at the top of the water. A bath with bubbles is known as a bubble bath. Our next item is sometimes a toy and sometimes decoration, the rubber duck. The rubber duck is often associated with having a bath. Babies often have a smaller tub to have their bath in, and this is simply known as a baby bath. Some baths will have a feature like a jacuzzi, which pumps out air bubbles. On screen, we have what's called in American English a faucet. In British English, this is known as a tap. And from the tap or faucet, we get hot water, cold water, or a mixture of the two is warm water. When water leaves the bath, it does so through the drain or the drain hole. To stop the water escaping down the drain hole, we use what's called a bath plug or a stopper. This is usually attached to the bath with a chain. Next up, let's talk about some products we may use while having a bath, like soap. In liquid form, this may be called bath gel, or sometimes you may hear it called a bath oil. When in doubt, it's best to simply call it liquid soap. Another fun product you can add to your bath is a bath bomb. When added to a hot bath, they add colour, bubbles and essential oils. Have you ever wondered what a bath is made of? Well, I'm here to tell you. Modern baths can be made from thermoformed acrylic, porcelain enamelled steel, fiberglass reinforced polyester, and finally porcelain enamelled cast iron. Let's turn our attention to the shower. There is plenty of English words to learn here as well. First up, we have the shower head. This is the part of the shower from which the water emerges. There are lots of different types of shower head. One which is growing in popularity is this one, which gives a rain shower effect. The faucet which operates the shower water is known as the shower valve. Sometimes this shower valve will be connected to the shower head with a shower hose. You can typically enter your shower through a shower door, which is commonly made of glass or plastic. If a shower is over a bath, it will typically have a shower screen or a shower curtain. This stops the water splashing around the bathroom. A shower without a door or a curtain is known as a walk-in shower. When you're using the shower, for safety, it's important to have a shower mat. If this is in the bath, it's known as a bath mat. These provide you with grip and prevent you from slipping. And what else might you need in the shower? Some people use a loofah. This is a natural product used to clean the skin, but this word may also refer to something like this, which can also be known as a shower puff. Another product we use to clean ourselves in the shower is known as a sponge. Sponges can be both organic and synthetic. Like a bath, in a shower we can also use soap. Liquid soap for the shower is commonly known as shower gel, but you can often hear it referred to as body wash or even shower cream. And for washing your hair, we have shampoo and conditioner. For those who like to remove hair in the shower, you may need what's called a razor blade or a razor. And if you're doing this, it's a good idea to have shaving foam as well. This is the white foam-like substance which makes shaving a bit easier on the skin. And for after a shower, you'll need a towel. I know this word can be a bit tricky, so let's try it again. Repeat after me. Towel. And where do we keep our towels? We generally keep them on a towel rack. A small towel for drying your hands is known as a hand towel. A towel which is even smaller and used to wash your skin is known as a washcloth or a face cloth. A larger type of towel which we stand on after a bath or a shower is known as a bath mat. We use the term bath mat to describe other types of mats which we use in the bathroom, which are a little bit more like carpet and thicker. And on the subject of the floor of the bathroom, most bathroom floors are covered in tiles. Getting back to towels, and another large type of towel which we wrap around our bodies is known as a bath towel. It might also be referred to as a bath sheet. Let's move on to our next area of the bathroom, which is the toilet. Let's take a look at the different parts of the toilet. The part that holds the water is known as the cistern. and usually to be found on the top or side of the cistern is a button or a handle, which will flush the toilet. Let's take a look at the lower part of the toilet. First up, we have the toilet seat and the toilet lid. Moving down, we have the bowl, and the very bottom of the toilet is what we would call the base of the toilet. A product we use with the toilet is called toilet paper or toilet roll. It is stored in the bathroom on the toilet paper holder. To clean a toilet, we commonly use a toilet brush. Products we use to clean the toilet can be called bleach, detergent, or simply toilet cleaner. Something which can be found in some European countries is the bidet. The T here is silent. This is a French word in origin, so it is pronounced a little bit differently than you might expect. The bidet is used for cleaning oneself after using the toilet. The next item in our glossary is a trash can. This is what is called in American English. In British English, it will be referred to as a bin. For washing your hands in the bathroom, we have the sink. This can also be referred to as a basin. With the sink, we have the same vocabulary here as the bath, with the faucet or the tap and the stopper. Above most sinks or basins, you'll find a mirror. Some people find this tricky to say in English, so let's say it again. Mirror. Water vapor that hangs in the air and sometimes clings to a mirror is known as steam. Some mirrors will have a space behind them where you can store medicine and other products. This is generally known as a medicine cabinet. Most bathrooms will have some type of shelf. It's usually near the sink or attached to the mirror. It may also be referred to as shelving. A product which we all use at the sink or basin is toothpaste, and we use this with our toothbrush. We keep our toothbrush in the toothbrush holder. A more modern form of toothbrush is, of course, the electric toothbrush. A product commonly used in conjunction with toothpaste is mouthwash. And to clean in between those teeth, we can use dental floss. At the sink to wash our hands, we can use soap or liquid soap. This may also be referred to as hand soap or hand wash. In some bathrooms, you will have an outlet. This is American English. In British English, it is called a socket. This can be used for something like an electric razor, which is used to cut your hair. Another electrical device commonly used in the bathroom is the hair dryer. If you would like to learn more English vocabulary on hair and hairdressers, you should check out my video lessons. The link for those are on screen and in the description below. Staying with the subject of hair, at the sink you may also find a comb, which has a silent B, or a hairbrush. Another implement we can use with our hair is a scissors. And can you believe it, that brings us to the end of this English lesson on the bathroom. Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. In today's lesson, we are going boldly into an area of English which is not often discussed, but is really essential for daily life. I'll be exploring English vocabulary relating to the toilet. So get ready for an English lesson which will be very, very useful in your daily life. Let's jump straight into our lesson with the word toilet. This word can be considered either the appliance itself or the room where the appliance is located. And first up, we're going to discuss the toilet as a room and look at some synonyms of this word. You may hear the toilet called a lavatory or the powder room. In American English, it's commonly called the restroom. It might be referred to as the washroom or the WC. The shower room, or most commonly, it is referred to as the bathroom. We also have lots of informal terminology for the toilet. In British English, it can be referred to as the loo. Public toilets may be called the ladies or the gents, depending on gender. In American slang, it can be referred to as the can or the john. My favourite is the throne room. And we also have the term bog. Next up, let's cover some handy phrases you may need if you're looking for a bathroom or require it urgently. Can you tell me where the bathroom is, please? Or we could say, please, where is the bathroom? Let's try another one. Can you tell me if there is a public bathroom here? These are all great phrases to use if you're looking for a bathroom in a public place. Other ways we can express our desire to use the toilet include, I need to use the bathroom. Or we could say, I need to go to the loo. If you have a strong desire to use the bathroom, you could say, I really need to use the toilet urgently. Let's go on now to have a look at the appliance, the toilet itself. The part which goes up and down that you sit on is called the toilet seat. To close the toilet, we have the lid. And we say, I am sitting on the toilet. The style of toilet on screen is mainly associated with Europe and the USA, but you can find it really anywhere around the world. Another common type of toilet is the squat toilet. This is where we use the squatting position. This type of toilet is also known as an Indian toilet or a squatting pan. It is mainly associated with Asia and Africa, although you can find it sometimes in Europe. Our next type of toilet is the portable toilet. Depending on what country you're in, it could be called a porta potty, a porta john, portaloo, or my favourite, a thunderbox. And next up we have a verb, to flush. This word means to cleanse the toilet by causing large quantities of water to pass through it. I flushed the toilet. And we flush the toilet with the toilet handle or the toilet button. It's time to talk about what we flush down the toilet, the waste. The medical term is urine, but it's more commonly called pee. In American English, it can be called a tinkle, and throughout the world, it's commonly called a number one. The other human waste is, of course, feces. This is what it's called medically. But of course, it's more commonly called poo, in American English, poop, and it's also known as a number two. These are all safe words to use when discussing human waste. Another aspect of toilet waste is toilet paper. It can sometimes be referred to as toilet roll. In informal English, it might be referred to as the bog roll. And where do we keep the toilet paper? We keep it on the toilet paper holder or the toilet roll holder. Either one is perfectly fine to use. And when we are cleaning ourselves with toilet paper, we use the verb to wipe. You could say, I wiped myself with toilet paper. Another way we can clean or wash ourselves after the toilet is using a bidet. Bidet is a French word, so we pronounce it a little bit differently than it looks. Bidet. These are commonly found in some European countries. The next thing we'll discuss is public bathrooms. Public bathrooms are gendered places. This means that public bathrooms are generally gender specific. One for males and one for females. It's not common, but there are in some places unisex bathrooms which are open to both genders. Male bathrooms are known as the gents' bathroom, and the main difference is they have urinals. The urinals which are on screen are used to pee in while you're standing up. A female bathroom is known as the ladies' bathroom. These don't have urinals, but they do have hygiene product disposable, specifically for women's products. A public toilet which is unisex is the airplane toilet. An older type of outdoor toilet is known as an outhouse. You may see one at a camping ground or maybe at an outdoor park area. Up next, we have the disabled toilet, which is a special toilet with additional supports for those who are disabled. It may also be called an accessible toilet. Another specialized toilet is a baby's toilet, which we call a potty. And our final term for today's lesson is the toilet brush. This is the plastic brush which is usually beside the toilet and used to clean its interior. And that's it. We are finished our English lesson on the toilet. I hope you enjoyed it. So let's begin with the Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. In today's English lesson, we'll explore different types of pots and pans used in the culinary world. I'll also be pointing out some differences between American and British English. And later in the video, we'll discuss different materials that pots and pans are made from. So with all that in mind, let's jump right into our lesson. Our first term is the frying pan. This is a flat bottom pan with slightly sloping sides, perfect for frying, sautéing and searing a variety of foods. A skillet is very similar to a frying pan, and the term skillet would be used more in American English. The main difference between a skillet and a frying pan is that a skillet has higher sides. Let's move on to our next term, which is saucepan, and this is what it's called in both American and British English. This is a deep, straight-sided pan used for boiling or simmering liquids like sauces, soups, and stews. Like saucepans, lots of different pots and pans will have a lid. This is the covering for a pot or a pan. The attachment at the side that you can grip is called the handle. A stock pot is a large, deep pot with a lid designed for making large batches of stocks, soups, or broths. Our next cooking implement is the wok. This is a versatile, round-bottom pan with high sloping sides, used in Asian cooking for stir-frying, deep-frying, and steaming. Woks are perfect for creating dishes like stir-fried vegetables or sweet and sour chicken. This type of pan is called a grill pan in American English and a griddle pan in British English. This pan has ridged or grooved surfaces used for grilling indoors. It creates attractive grill marks on foods. It's great for grilling vegetables, steaks, and chicken breasts. A Dutch oven is a heavy, deep pot with thick walls and a tight-fitting lid, suitable for slow cooking, braising, and baking. Now, Dutch oven is what it's called in American English, and in British English, it's referred to as a casserole dish. A sauté pan is similar to a skillet or a frying pan, but you'll find that it has a wider, shallow pan with straight sides and a long handle, designed for sautéing, browning, and deglazing. Sauté pans are ideal for preparing dishes like a creamy mushroom risotto. A roasting pan in American English is called a roasting tin in British English, and this is a large, deep pan with low sides and sturdy handles, used for roasting meats and vegetables in the oven. And it is essential for roasting a turkey for Thanksgiving or Christmas, or for that traditional Sunday roast. A paella pan is a wide, shallow pan with sloping sides, traditionally used for making paella, a Spanish rice dish. It's made with saffron, rice, and various ingredients. A crepe pan in American English is known as a pancake pan in British English, and this is a flat, shallow pan with a thin bottom, specifically designed for making thin crepes or pancakes. And there you have it, lots of different types of pots and pans. And there are many, many more, depending sometimes on the cuisine type or the food type you're using. Next up, let's take a look at some of the different materials used in the production of cookware. First up, we have stainless steel. Stainless steel pots and pans are known for their durability and resistance to staining and rust. They are versatile and work well for various cooking techniques. Our next material demonstrates a difference between American and British pronunciation. In American pronunciation, this word is called aluminum, and in British English, it is aluminium. Whatever way you want to pronounce it, these types of pans are lightweight and heat up quickly, making them efficient for cooking. They often have a non-stick coating. And a non-stick coating or non-stick pan have a coating that prevents food from sticking to the surface, making them easy to clean. Our next type of material is copper. Copper pots and pans are prized for their exceptional heat conductivity, allowing for precise temperature adjustments. And our final material is cast iron. This is a durable and excellent heat-retaining material known for its even heating and long-lasting performance. Well done, you've just completed my comprehensive vocabulary word list for different types of pots and pans with a touch of American and British English variations and additional information on the materials used in cookware production. If you've enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like, comment and share it with a friend. In today's lesson, we are exploring lots of English vocabulary relating to supermarkets. In fact, I'll be teaching you over 70 new terms, so get ready to really boost your English word power. I worked in supermarkets for years when I was younger, so I am very well qualified to deliver this lesson. When you enter a supermarket, you are called a customer or a shopper. One of the first things you will need is a shopping cart. Now, this is what it's called in American English. In British English, it is called a shopping trolley. And if you need a small amount of items, you may just pick up a shopping basket. These are usually available at the entrance to the store. In a supermarket, there are lots of different areas throughout the store with different types of products. Each of these individual areas are called a department. Another word sometimes used is section. Supermarkets are also divided up with different passageways, and the word we use for this is aisle. Repeat after me. Aisle. The area in a supermarket which sells food of all types is called a grocery, and this word can sometimes be used as a synonym of supermarket. So let's explore these different areas and departments of the supermarket and grocery store. Our first department is where you will find fruit and vegetables. In British English, it is simply called the fruit and veg, and in American English, it is called produce. Up next, we have the bakery, and here you will find fresh breads and fresh pastries. Lots of supermarkets will have a butcher. This may also be known as a meat counter. This is where you get fresh, uncooked meat. For cooked meat and maybe some salad, you could go to the delicatessen, and this is often shortened to simply deli. A very good supermarket will have a cheese counter. This can also be known as a cheesemonger. This is what we call the person who serves and cuts the cheese. Similarly, for seafood, you could have a fishmonger. This is someone who serves freshly caught fish on the fish counter. Supermarkets are known for having lots of refrigerators, and in the refrigerators they keep chilled foods or fresh foods. A very popular type of fresh food is dairy, and dairy includes products like milk, cheese, butter and yogurts. Other types of fresh foods include cut meat, ready meals, fresh pasta and pizza, and lots of pre-prepared foodstuffs. In a supermarket, you'll also find freezers which contain frozen foods such as ice cream, frozen vegetables, frozen pizza, and lots more. Moving away from fresh and frozen foods, first up we have canned food. And of course, canned food can contain any number of food items such as meat, vegetables, fruits, and so on. A food trend and lifestyle which is becoming more available in supermarkets is vegan foods, which of course doesn't contain any animal products at all. And lots of people have dietary requirements which may require a visit to the special diet section. This can include foods such as gluten-free bread. For new mothers, a trip to the baby care section is always essential, and as well as baby food, you'll find other products such as diapers, baby wipes, and baby formula. Our next area is dried foods, which can contain any number of food items, such as noodles, dried sauces, dried vegetables, and dried fruits. If you have a sweet tooth, you may visit the home baking section, which includes everything you need to make breads, desserts, and pastries at home. Also on the hit list for those with a sweet tooth is the cereal aisle, where you can find all different types of breakfast cereals. For something more savoury, you should go to the sauce and pickles aisle. Here you will find items like tomato sauce and condiments like mayonnaise. And close to this section, you'll probably come across ethnic foods. This section usually houses food from foreign lands. In my supermarket, ethnic foods would include Indian, Chinese, Mexican, and Japanese foods. Around the same area as ethnic foods, you'll probably find oils and fats, and this is where you'll come across stuff like olive oil. Next up, we are moving into two areas which we should all use a little bit less. Snacks, which contain things like chips, crisps, and peanuts. And confectionery, which houses things like sweets, candies, and chocolate. To wash your food down, you may need a drink from the drinks area. This would include water, juices, and sodas. And if you're over a certain age, you may hit up the alcohol department. And of course, here you will find things like wines, beers, and spirits. Moving away from food items and drinks, we have household products, and here you will find cleaning items like detergents and soaps. Lots of supermarkets these days will have a section with magazines and newspapers. And in some very big supermarkets, you may even find novels and puzzle books. And if you enjoy movies, you can check out the home entertainment section. This area would contain things like DVDs, CDs, and video games. For items such as body oil, shampoo, and conditioner, you should head to the health and beauty department. Here you'll also be able to pick up things like sunscreen, beauty wipes, and feminine hygiene products. For all the animal lovers out there, you'll probably need to head to the pet food aisle. Here you'll find food for all the common types of pets. It's very common for big supermarkets to have a section devoted to electronics, and here you should find lots of handy household appliances such as laptops, televisions, and much more. Close to this section you should find clothing. A clothing section is also known as a drapery. Typically in supermarkets, the drapery department is quite small. A similar section is homeware. And here you will find items for your furnishings like pillows, duvets, rugs, and tools for cleaning and perhaps even gardening. No matter what department you visit or what you pick up, everything in the supermarket will have a price. And of course, this is the value of the item in the currency. Sometimes some items will be on promotion or special offer. This is when the supermarket makes a deal with you. If you buy one product, you get a second free, or perhaps there is a discount on the price. Lots of supermarkets will have a customer service desk. This desk provides services such as a refund. If you have a question or a query, you can do that here. And if you've had a bad experience in the store with a service or a product, this is the place where you let it be known. When your shopping is complete, you go to the checkout. Here you will be taken care of by a cashier. A cashier can also be known as an assistant. When you arrive at the checkout, you put your shopping on the conveyor belt. This will deliver your shopping to the cashier. Next up, the cashier will scan your products on the scanner. And what are they scanning? Every product has a barcode. This is read by the checkout computer and added to the bill. In lots of modern supermarkets, you may come across a self-service checkout where you will scan your own shopping. Also, during the checking out experience, you may be asked for a loyalty card. This is a card offered by the supermarket for discounts and promotions. As the cashier is scanning your products, you should pack away your shopping. You put this into your shopping bag. It's always a good idea to use a reusable shopping bag. This is great for the environment and will save you money. When all your shopping has been scanned, the cashier will tell you the total amount due. This can also simply be called the total. This is the amount of money that needs to be paid for the shopping. These days, most payments are done on a card terminal. We do this when we pay with debit card or credit card. You complete the transaction when you enter your PIN number, although it is becoming more common to pay by tap. And this can be done with your card or a device like a mobile phone. Or perhaps you're a little bit more old school and pay by cash. This is also the time of a transaction when you would give your coupons. These are paper vouchers you can collect from magazines and newspapers, which give you a discount or promotion on products. So when you have everything done, your shopping paid for and your bags packed, the last place you need to go is the car park. I'm going to the supermarket. Do you need anything? I'm going to the supermarket. Do you need anything? I'm going to take the bus to the supermarket. I'm going to take the bus to the supermarket. I will drive to the supermarket. They have good parking. I will drive to the supermarket. They have good parking. I usually bring my own shopping bags. It's better for the environment. I usually bring my own shopping bags. It's better for the environment. I parked my car in the parking lot. I parked my car in the parking lot. In British English, I parked my car in the car park. I parked my car in the car park. Can you tell me where I can find a shopping basket? Can you tell me where I can find a shopping basket? I need to get a shopping cart. I need to get a shopping cart. Shopping cart is shopping trolley in British English. I need to get a shopping trolley. I need to get a shopping trolley. I am disabled and need a specialized shopping cart. I am disabled and need a specialized shopping cart. Would you mind telling me where I can find avocados? Would you mind telling me where I can find avocados? Can you check if you have whole grain bread in stock? Can you check if you have whole grain bread in stock? Sorry, where do you keep the pet food? Sorry, where do you keep the pet food? Do you know where I can find hand soap? Do you know where I can find hand soap? Excuse me, can you tell me where the canned food is? Excuse me, can you tell me where the canned food is? Do you have any fresh flowers? Do you have any fresh flowers? Hi, do you stock organic flour in this store? Hi, do you stock organic flour in this store? I would like 6 slices of ham, please. I would like 6 slices of ham, please. Can I have half a pound of Gouda cheese, please? Can I have half a pound of Gouda cheese, please? Hello, may I have 3 chicken breasts, please? Hello, may I have 3 chicken breasts, please? Hi, can I get half a kilo of fresh shrimp, please? Hi, can I get half a kilo of fresh shrimp, please? Hello, I'd like to order a fresh pepperoni pizza. Hello, I'd like to order a fresh pepperoni pizza. Hello, can I order a birthday cake for next Friday, please? Hello, can I order a birthday cake for next Friday, please? Hello, here is my discount card. Thank you. Hello, here is my discount card. Thank you. I brought my own shopping bags. I brought my own shopping bags. Could you check the price of the detergent for me, please? Could you check the price of the detergent for me, please? I have some coupons I'd like to give you. I have some coupons I'd like to give you. Do you accept credit card or debit card? Do you accept credit card or debit card? Do you take cash? Do you take cash? Can I have a receipt, please? Can I have a receipt, please? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will bring my shopping to my car. I will bring my shopping to my car. We carry our shopping home on the bus. We carry our shopping home on the bus. I return my shopping cart to the bay. I return my shopping cart to the bay. I will unpack the shopping as soon as I get home. I will unpack the shopping as soon as I get home. And that wraps up our lesson on phrases for the supermarket. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you found it informative, make sure to like and subscribe to Learning English Pro. Today we are going to explore the fascinating world of home decor. Whether you're sprucing up your living space or simply looking to expand your English vocabulary, this word list will be your ultimate guide. If you're ready, let's dive right in. Our first word is furniture. Furniture is an essential part of home decor. Furniture includes sofas, chairs, tables, and cabinets. Repeat after me. Furniture. Let's move on to the word decor. Decor refers to the overall style, theme, and aesthetics used to beautify a living space. Repeat after me. Decor. Up next, we have the term interior design. This is the art and science of enhancing the interior of a space to achieve a functional and aesthetically pleasing environment. Interior design. A color scheme is the chosen combination of colors that creates a harmonious and unified look in a room. Repeat after me. Color scheme. Let's move on to wallpaper. Wallpaper is decorative paper used to cover walls. It is available in various patterns and textures. Try it after me. Wallpaper. Curtains are fabric panels used to cover windows for privacy and to control natural light. Curtains. Let's move on to lighting. Lighting are the fixtures and lamps that illuminate a room, enhancing its ambiance. Lighting. Up next, we have an area rug. This is a decorative carpet used to add warmth and style to a specific area of a room. Area rug. Wall art can include paintings, photographs, or other artworks hung on walls to enhance the room's visual appeal. Wall art. Accent pillows are small decorative pillows used to add color and comfort to sofas, chairs, and beds. Accent pillows. A throw blanket is a cozy blanket placed on a couch or bed for decorative and functional purposes. Throw blanket. A vase is a container used to hold flowers or other decorative items. It is usually available in various shapes and sizes. Vase. A centerpiece is a decorative item or arrangement placed in the center of a table or room to create a focal point. Repeat after me. Centerpiece. Up next, we have sculpture. This is an artistic, three-dimensional object that can add an element of sophistication to the decor. Sculpture. Shelving can be wall-mounted or freestanding, used for displaying decorative items and organizing belongings like books. Shelving. Up next, we have candles. These are a wax-based decorative item that can provide a warm and inviting atmosphere. Candles. Let's move on to mirror. A mirror is a reflective surface used to add depth, light, and a sense of space to a room. Repeat after me. Mirror. Minimalism is a style concept characterized by simplicity and a focus on essential elements. Minimalism. The word vintage describes decorative items or furniture from a previous era. They are valued for their classic appeal. Vintage. Feng Shui is the ancient Chinese practice of arranging furniture and decor to create a harmonious and balanced living space. Feng Shui. Well done, you've just expanded your home decor vocabulary with this word list. Using these terms will help you enhance your English proficiency. In today's video, we're diving into the realm of home fabrics. From the cozy to the elegant, I've compiled a word list of 15 essential terms you'll encounter in the world of textiles. So if you're ready, let's embark on this vocabulary journey together. Starting off with our first term, upholstery. Upholstery is the soft covering used on furniture like sofas and chairs, enhancing both comfort and style. Upholstery. Next up, a fabric that brings sophistication. Velvet. Velvet is a plush, luxurious fabric with a smooth texture, often used for elegant drapery and upholstery. Velvet. Our next word is an adjective. Sheer. Sheer fabrics are translucent and delicate, allowing light to pass through, commonly used for curtains and fashion. Sheer. Now let's move on to learn about a versatile natural material, linen. Linen is a breathable, lightweight fabric made from flax fibers, commonly used for clothing and home textiles. Linen. Moving on to a fabric known for its durability, denim. Denim is a rugged cotton fabric recognized by its diagonal twill pattern, often used for jeans and jackets. Denim. Let's discover a cozy and insulating option, fleece. Fleece is a soft synthetic fabric known for its warmth and comfort, frequently used in blankets and outerwear. Fleece. Next, a fabric that exudes warmth and relaxation, flannel. This is a soft, brushed fabric often made from cotton or wool, favored for pajamas and bedding. Flannel. Now let's talk about a lustrous and elegant material, satin. Satin is a smooth, glossy fabric with a luxurious feel, commonly used for evening wear and accessories. Satin. A classic and timeless fabric is cotton. This is a natural, breathable fabric used for a wide range of home textiles, including sheets and towels. Cotton. Our next term is knit. Knit fabrics are stretchy and comfortable, often used for sweaters, blankets, and casual clothing. Knit. A durable and artistic material is a tapestry. This is a thick, woven fabric featuring intricate designs or scenes, often used for wall hangings and upholstery. Tapestry. Next up, a versatile and stylish fabric, silk. Silk is a delicate and smooth fabric with a natural sheen, prized for its elegance in clothing and decor. Silk. Moving on to a vibrant and playful choice, chintz. Chintz is a brightly patterned cotton fabric, commonly used for drapes, upholstery, and home accessories. Chintz. A timeless, elegant fabric is brocade. Brocade is a intricately patterned fabric with raised designs, often used for formal attire and decorative accents. Brocade. And finally, a fabric that adds a touch of luxury, suede. Suede is a soft, velvety fabric with a napped surface, frequently used for shoes, bags, and upholstery. Suede. And there you have it, our fantastic fabric vocabulary. These words will help you navigate the world of textiles with confidence and understanding. In today's video, we're going to delve into the exciting world of home improvement terminology. Whether you're a seasoned DIY guru or just starting to dabble in the art of enhancing your living space, these terms are going to be your trusty companions on your journey. So if you're ready, let's get started. Our first term is renovation. It involves updating and upgrading your living space, from small changes like painting walls to bigger transformations like adding new flooring. A synonym for home improvement or renovation could be DIY. This means do it yourself. It is the heart and soul of home improvement. It's all about taking matters into your own hands, tackling projects with your own creativity and skills. Power tools have become essential for home improvement. These electrically powered tools, like drills and saws, make tasks faster and more efficient. Our next term is load-bearing wall. A load-bearing wall is like the backbone of your home. It's a wall that supports the structure above it, so any changes to a load-bearing wall need careful consideration. In the construction of walls, a stud is a vertical framing member within the wall. Locating studs is important for securely hanging heavy objects like shelves or artwork, ensuring they stay in place. An accent wall is terminology from interior design. It's a wall that's different from the rest, often adorned with bold colours, textures or patterns, adding a pop of personality. Energy efficiency is all about saving the planet and your wallet. It involves using products and techniques that reduce energy consumption, like energy-efficient appliances and better insulation. A backsplash is essential for your kitchen or bathroom. It's a decorative and protective layer behind sinks and stovetops, often made of tiles or other materials. Grout is like the glue that holds your tiles together. It's a mixture used to fill the gaps between tiles, keeping them in place and preventing water damage. Something that's similar to grout is caulk. Caulk is a waterproof filler and sealant used to close the gaps around windows, doors, and other areas. It's like giving your home a cozy sweater to keep those drafts out. Something else that keeps your home warm is insulation. Insulation helps regulate temperature and keep your home cozy. It's like a warm blanket, but for your house. Insulation can be added to areas like the attic, or it can be also used inside walls. A drywall is the smooth surface that covers your walls and ceilings, making everything look sleek and polished. Another term for drywall is gypsum board. These are the panels used to construct walls and ceilings. Open concept is design terminology, and it is about creating a seamless flow within your home. It involves removing walls to connect spaces, giving a sense of spaciousness and modernity. Flooring refers to the materials used to cover the floor surface. Options include hardwood, laminate, tile, and carpet. Choosing the right flooring can transform a room's appearance and functionality. Our next term is plumbing. Plumbing involves the system of pipes and fixtures that supply water and remove waste from your home. Basic plumbing skills like fixing leaks and unclogging drains can save you time and money. Let's move on to thermostat. A thermostat regulates your home's temperature. Modern thermostats are often programmable or smart, allowing you to set schedules and control the climate to maximize comfort and energy savings. And finally, we have light fixtures. Light fixtures illuminate your space and enhance its ambience. From chandeliers to pendant lights, understanding different types of light fixtures can help you create the desired atmosphere in each room. And there you have it, a crash course in essential home improvement terms. Remember, the more you understand these terms, the more confidently you can tackle your next project. In this video, we'll be diving into the world of home office vocabulary. Whether you're new to this topic or simply want to expand your English vocabulary, stick around because I've got a comprehensive list of essential words and phrases to help you communicate effectively in your home workspace. So we're going to turn this boring room into a home office. And let's start with the basics. Your desk is the heart of your home office. And your chair is your trusty companion as you work. You might also have a comfortable chair mat to protect your floor. And don't forget the shelves for additional storage. Now let's talk about your computer setup. Your computer or laptop is your gateway to the digital world. The monitor is your screen. The keyboard and mouse are your tools for navigating. And a webcam for virtual meetings is a must these days. Keeping your home office organized is crucial. You'll need a filing cabinet for important documents. You'll also need folders for organizing, and stationery like paper, pens, and pencils. Don't forget the stapler for putting together those important reports. Make sure to stay connected with a phone for calls and messages, and a Wi-Fi router for internet access. You might also need headphones for private calls. And a calculator is great for quick calculations. Ensure good lighting with a desk lamp. Now it's time to think about the aesthetics of your home office. Let's add some plants. These are great to look at and help purify the air around you. And stay relaxed with some nice photographs and pictures. You can personalize the space more with art and stylish touches. Let's get back to a little bit of technology. A printer or scanner can be handy for paperwork. A whiteboard is great for important reminders. Keep your space tidy with a wastebasket or trash can for disposing of rubbish. And finally, the most important thing to add is you. And there you have it, a comprehensive list of home office vocabulary in English. This will help you to build and navigate your ideal home workspace.
Hello and welcome to Learning English Pro. In today's video, we will be exploring English vocabulary relating to architectural details you can find on buildings. The first word we encounter in our lesson is facade. This word relates to the front exterior of a building, often featuring decorative elements. It is the part of a building which faces the street. Let's move on to our second word, which is roofline. This word describes the outline or shape of the roof as seen from the ground. It is the point where the roof edge meets the property wall. At the roofline, we have the eaves. This describes the part of the roof which overhangs the property wall and provides shelter, protection, and in some cases shade. Our fourth word is gable. The gable is the triangular upper part of a wall at the end of a pitched roof. A pitched roof is one which is pointed or peaked. A balcony is a platform projecting from the wall of a building, usually with a balustrade or railing. They can be most commonly found in apartment buildings. A portico is a covered entrance with a roof supported by columns, often leading to the main entrance of a building. It is found in lots of styles of houses, from classic and modern to Victorian or colonial revival. Our next architectural feature is called a frieze. This is typically found on ancient buildings like temples in Greece and Egypt. It describes a decorative horizontal band, typically found on the exterior wall below the roof. Our seventh word is cornice. A cornice is a decorative molding or projection that crowns the top of a building or wall. Our next feature can be called a pillar or a column. It is a vertical support that holds up part of a building or structure. A column or pillar can be made of stone, wood, or metal. And in lots of cases, it is also a decorative feature. An archway is a curved or pointed opening in a wall, often supporting the structure above it. Archways are one of the most ancient types of architectural design, with earliest examples hailing from the 2nd millennium BC. Our 10th term is windowsill. This is the horizontal base at the bottom of a window opening. Staying with the topic of windows, our next term is sash window. A sash window is a window with two movable panels that slide vertically. A dormer window is a type of window which projects vertically out from a sloping roof. Our next term is yet another type of window called a skylight. It is a type of window set in a roof or ceiling which allows natural light to enter. A parapet is a low protective wall or railing along the edge of a roof, balcony, or terrace. Our next architectural feature is often found on the roof of a church. A steeple is a tall, pointed structure. It symbolically points to heaven as per religious beliefs. A foundation is the solid base that supports the entire building and prevents settling. Our final term for this lesson is gutter. On a building, a gutter is a trough at the edge of the roof to collect and channel rainwater away from the building.
Today we are diving into the world of construction materials. Whether you're an aspiring architect or simply curious about the terminology used in the construction industry, this vocabulary word list is here to expand your language skills. If you're ready, let's get started. Our first material is concrete, a versatile and robust substance used in construction. It is durable, versatile, and structural. Concrete is a composite material that consists of aggregates, cement, and water. It's known for its ability to withstand heavy loads and adverse weather conditions, making it an essential ingredient in countless construction projects. Next up, we have steel, a strong and resilient alloy widely utilized in construction. Its malleable, corrosion-resistant and ductile properties make it an ideal choice for building structures that require both strength and flexibility. From skyscrapers to bridges, steel plays a crucial role in modern architectural marvels. Moving on to brick, a traditional and enduring building material. Fire-resistant, insulating and economical, bricks are rectangular blocks made from clay or other materials. They are often used in walls and foundations, providing stability and insulation to structures. Now let's talk about wood, a natural and renewable construction material. Its renewable, biodegradable, and insulating characteristics make it a popular choice for both structural and decorative elements in buildings. From sturdy support beams to intricate carvings, wood adds warmth and character to architectural designs. No modern building is complete without glass, a transparent and captivating material. Translucent, reflective, and aesthetic, glass is not only used for windows but also for facades and interior partitions, allowing natural light to flood spaces and create visually stunning environments. Let's shift our focus to asphalt, a durable and flexible material often used in road construction. Its weather-resistant, waterproof, and abrasion-resistant qualities make it perfect for surfacing roads and walkways, ensuring safe and smooth transportation. Similar to concrete, concrete blocks are essential building units with their own merits. They are cost-effective, modular, and load-bearing, allowing for efficient and customizable construction. Concrete blocks find use in walls, foundations, and other load-bearing applications. When it comes to interior design, ceramic tiles are a fantastic choice. These tiles are decorative, resilient, and moisture-resistant, making them suitable for floors, walls, and even ceilings in areas with high humidity or heavy foot traffic. Last but not least, let's explore insulation materials, which are crucial for maintaining comfortable indoor environments. These materials are thermal, acoustic, and energy efficient, providing a barrier against heat, sound, and energy loss in buildings. And there you have it, a comprehensive vocabulary word list on construction materials. Today we've got an essential vocabulary lesson on real estate. So if you're ready, let's dive in. Our first term for our real estate vocabulary is property. Property refers to physical assets such as land, buildings, and everything permanently attached to them. These can include residential homes, commercial spaces, and even undeveloped land. Understanding the concept of property is fundamental to navigating the real estate world. A mortgage is a financial arrangement where a lender provides you with the necessary funds to purchase a property and you repay this loan over time with interest. It's a significant part of the home buying process and involves understanding terms like interest rates, down payments, and loan duration. Next up, we have the term landlord or landlady. Landlady really isn't used that much anymore. Landlord is a common term that you can use for both genders. The landlord is the individual or entity who owns the property you are renting or leasing. They are responsible for maintaining the property and ensuring your compliance with the lease agreement. Knowing the rights and responsibilities of both landlords and tenants is crucial for a smooth renting experience. And let's check out this term tenant. As a tenant, you are the renter or occupant of a property owned by a landlord. Tenants pay rent to landlords in exchange for the use of the property. An important term in real estate is lease. A lease is a legally binding contract that outlines the terms and conditions of your tenancy. It specifies the duration of your stay, rent payments, and any rules or regulations you must follow while living in the rented property. Leases can vary in length and complexity, so it's important to thoroughly read and understand the terms before signing. Residential properties are real estate assets designed for living, such as houses, apartments, and condominiums. While commercial property refers to real estate specifically used for business or income-generating purposes. This category includes properties like office buildings, retail spaces, industrial facilities, and warehouses. Let's move on to investment property. These are real estate assets purchased with the intention of generating income or making a profit. These can include rental properties, commercial real estate, or properties bought for future resale. Knowledge of investment property strategies is essential for real estate investors and real estate agents. A real estate agent is a professional who assists individuals in buying or selling property. They have a deep knowledge of the local real estate market, and their expertise is invaluable when navigating the complexities of real estate transactions. An appraisal is a professional assessment of a property's value. It is often conducted when buying or refinancing a property. An appraisal is often carried out by a real estate agent. Let's move along to our next term, foreclosure. Foreclosures happen when a property is repossessed by the lender due to the borrower's failure to make mortgage payments. It is a legal process that can result in the property being sold at auction. Let's move on to the term equity. This is the difference between the current market value of a property and the outstanding balance of the mortgage. It represents the homeowner's ownership stake in the property and can increase over time as the mortgage is paid down and the property's value appreciates. Closing costs are the expenses associated with finalizing a real estate transaction. They include fees for services like title searches, appraisals, and legal services. Buyers and sellers need to be aware of these costs as they can significantly affect the overall cost of a real estate transaction. A title is a legal document that proves ownership of a property. It includes details about the property's history, any liens, and the current owner. Ensuring the title is in order is essential to avoid potential legal disputes when buying or selling real estate. In British English, a title would be called a deed. The down payment is the initial payment made by the buyer when purchasing a property. It's typically expressed as a percentage of the property's purchase price. Once the down payment is paid, the house or property is secured for the buyer. A home inspection is a thorough examination of a property's condition, usually conducted by a licensed inspector. It helps buyers identify any potential issues or needed repairs before finalizing a purchase. A quality home inspection can save buyers from unexpected costs and problems. If you found this lesson helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe for more English word list videos. Today we're diving into the world of mortgages and exploring some essential mortgage terms. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or simply looking to understand the process better, this video is for you. Our first term is the subject of our video, mortgage. A mortgage is a legal agreement between a borrower and a lender, typically a bank, that allows the borrower to obtain funds to purchase a home. The property itself serves as collateral for the loan, and the borrower makes regular payments including principal and interest until the loan is paid off. Next up, we have principal. The principal is the initial amount borrowed in a mortgage. It's the base amount on which interest is calculated. Over time, as you make payments, the principal balance decreases. Moving on to interest rates. This is the cost of borrowing money, expressed as a percentage. It determines how much you'll pay in interest over the life of your mortgage. Interest rates can be fixed or adjustable. A fixed-rate mortgage has a consistent interest rate throughout the life of the loan. It offers stability and predictable monthly payments. On the other hand, an adjustable rate mortgage or a variable rate mortgage has an interest rate that may change periodically. It often starts with a lower rate but can increase over time. The fixed rate period in an adjustable rate mortgage is the initial period during which the interest rate remains fixed before it begins to adjust periodically. Let's move on to down payment. The down payment is the initial amount paid by the home buyer when purchasing a property. It's typically a percentage of the home's purchase price, and a larger down payment often leads to more favorable mortgage terms. Our next term is amortization. It's the process of paying off your mortgage over time through regular payments, which include both principal and interest. Over the life of the loan, the proportion of principal and interest in each payment changes. Let's discuss escrow. An escrow account is set up to hold funds for property taxes and insurance. Part of your monthly mortgage payment goes into this account to ensure these expenses are paid when due. Next up, closing costs. These are fees and expenses associated with finalizing a mortgage and the purchase of a home. Closing costs include charges for services such as appraisal, title search, and legal fees. And our next term is pre-approval. This is a crucial step in the home buying process. It is a preliminary assessment by the lender that determines how much you can borrow. This helps you understand your budget and increases your chances when buying a new home. PMI, or private mortgage insurance, is insurance that lenders require from borrowers who make a down payment of less than 20%. It protects the lender in case the borrower defaults on the loan. Refinance refers to the process of obtaining a new mortgage to replace an existing one. It's often done to secure a better interest rate or to change the terms of the loan. Our next term is equity. Your equity is the portion of your home's value that you own outright. It's the difference between the home's current market value and the outstanding balance on your mortgage. An appraisal is a professional assessment of a property's value. It's often required by lenders to ensure the property's worth is sufficient to cover the loan amount. Foreclosure is a legal process in which a lender takes possession of a property due to the borrower's failure to meet their mortgage obligations. It typically leads to the sale of the property to recover the loan amount. Our next term is closing disclosure. This is a document provided to the borrower at least 3 days before the mortgage closing. It outlines the final terms and costs of the loan, ensuring transparency in the transaction. Title insurance is a policy that protects the homeowner and the lender from financial loss due to disputes or defects in the property's title. It ensures that the property has a clear and marketable title. The mortgage origination fee is a charge imposed by the lender to cover the cost of processing and underwriting the loan. It's typically a percentage of the loan amount. A home equity line of credit is a type of loan that allows homeowners to borrow against the equity in their home. It provides a flexible source of funds that can be drawn upon as needed. Understanding these mortgage terms is crucial for making informed decisions when buying a home. Hello there, English learners. Welcome back to Learning English Pro. Today we're diving into an essential topic for anyone planning to rent in the USA. Renting a place can be exciting and sometimes a challenging experience, especially when it comes to understanding the terminology. In this video, we'll explore 15 key terms and words that will help you navigate the rental process with confidence. So let's get started, and first up we have the lease agreement. This is a legal document that outlines the terms and conditions of the rental arrangement between you and your landlord. It includes details such as the rent amount, lease duration, and the rules for the property. Next, we have the security deposit. This is a sum of money you pay upfront to the landlord as a security against any potential damages to the property. It's refundable at the end of your lease if the property is in good condition. When you're interested in a rental, you'll likely need to fill out a rental application. This form provides information about you, your income, and references, which helps the landlord assess your eligibility as a tenant. Utilities are essential services like water, electricity, and gas. It's important to clarify whether these are included in your rent or if you'll be responsible for paying for them separately. A tenant is the person who rents and occupies the property. That's you. Remember, as a tenant, you have rights and responsibilities outlined in the lease agreement. Your landlord is the property owner who is renting out the place to you. They're responsible for maintaining the property and addressing any issues that arise during your lease. The rent due date is the day each month when your rent payment is due. Make sure to pay on time to maintain a good relationship with your landlord. If something in your rental needs fixing, you can submit a maintenance request to your landlord, and they'll arrange for repairs to be made. Subletting is when a tenant rents out their rented space to another person. However, this usually requires permission from the landlord. Eviction is the legal process of removing a tenant from a property. It usually happens when a tenant doesn't follow the terms of the lease. When you move into a new place, it's wise to conduct a move-in inspection. This involves noting down any existing damages or issues in the property to avoid disputes later. As your lease term ends, you might have the option for a lease renewal. This allows you to extend your lease for another period, often with updated terms. Before bringing a furry friend along, check the pet policy. This outlines whether pets are allowed, any restrictions, and potential fees. The term amenities describes extra features or facilities that a rental property might offer, such as a gym, a pool, or a laundry room. Last but not least, consider getting renter's insurance. This coverage protects your personal belongings in case of theft, damage, or other unexpected events. So there you have it. These are some of the key terms and words that will be incredibly useful as you navigate the world of renting in the USA. I will be taking you on a lesson to learn lots of English terminology, all about the different styles of popular American houses. There are specific and common styles of houses found in the USA, and I will teach you the names of them and various features of each of the house in English. Okay, so let's jump in with our first American house type, and the first type is ranch. So next up, let's take a look at some of the interesting features of the ranch style of house. This type of American house has an open floor plan. This means that there aren't too many internal walls in the living areas. The ranch style of house also usually has an attached garage. This can be used to store your car or other items. A pitched roof is also common in a ranch-style house. This is a roof that slopes downwards and is usually divided in two parts. The material these homes are generally constructed in is wooden or brick. Another typical feature of a ranch-style home is a sliding door to the backyard. When it comes to the size and shape of these ranch houses, we would typically say that these are U or L-shaped homes. Our next style of house is a Cape Cod. So what are the interesting characteristics of a Cape Cod style house? They typically have a wide chimney. And we would also say that it has a steep roof. This means that the roof has a sharp angle. Our next characteristic of a Cape Cod style house is shuttered windows. Shutters are generally a pair of hinged panels fixed to each side of the window that can be closed for privacy or security. These style of homes are generally constructed of brick or clapboard. Clapboard is overlapping panels of wood. Our next style of American house is the shotgun, which is very common in the city of New Orleans. Shotgun style homes are very unique as they are quite slim and rectangular. And because the houses are so narrow, rooms lead straight from the front to the back. Another common feature of these unusual looking houses is the front porch. A porch is a covered shelter projecting in front of the entrance to a home or building. Moving on, our next type of house is the Victorian style. What are the characteristics of this style of house? Typically, it is 2 or 3 story. This just means that there are multiple levels. A very common feature of a Victorian style house is elaborate brackets. These are indicated on screen. They are added to the house purely for decoration and don't hold any structural purpose. Another feature of a Victorian style house is patterned shingles. Shingles are tiles that can cover the roof or parts of the wall. And the Victorian style, like the shotgun, generally has a porch, but with the Victorian style, it's a very large porch. Probably my favourite feature of the Victorian house is the towers. These really add character to the house and are prominent in many scary movies. We're moving into the modern era next with contemporary homes. Modern homes are designed with the latest technology, and as such, they are typically very energy efficient. Another good way they are good for the environment is that they are built with sustainable and mixed materials. This means that they are built with the environment in mind. This could mean that they are made with recycled materials or that the materials are sourced locally. Other features of contemporary homes include blended living areas, along with tall windows. Let's move on to our next style of American home, which is the Mediterranean style. Sometimes you may hear people refer to this type of home as a villa. This style of home will generally have red roof tiles. And they are known for having lots of terraces and balconies. When it comes to the covering of the external walls, the material used is plaster. Whenever I think about this style of home, the first thing that springs to mind are the many arches that are included in the design. These can be found in passageways, doorways, and the shape of the windows. Let's keep going and move on to our next style, which is Art Deco. Art Deco styles and architecture are synonymous with Miami and Miami Beach. They typically have flat roofs, and they are well known for their bright colours. And these bright colours cover the exterior walls, which are generally covered in stucco, which is a type of plaster. Another feature of the exterior walls are the geometric details and patterns. All of these characteristics give Art Deco its signature style. Our next style is much older, Tudor style homes. This style of home is quite unique, and it generally has 2 stories. A common feature is the multiple gabled roofs. A gable is the triangular upper part of a wall at the end of a ridged roof. On screen, you can see that the house has 3 of these gabled roofs. Typically on these gabled roofs and along the walls, we have the timber framing. As you can see, I've indicated this on screen. This style of home is also known for having large casement windows. A casement window is a window set on a vertical hinge that opens like a door. These houses were generally built before central heating became popular, and as such, they are known for having sturdy chimneys. Up next, we're going to take a look at the style of American home called bungalow. So, what are the features of this style of home? A bungalow is generally a low, broad home. A very typical characteristic of a bungalow is overhanging eaves. An eave is the part of a roof that meets the walls of a building, and the roof of a bungalow is usually a low gabled roof. And like many of the American style of home, they have a large front porch. This style of home can have many different variations, and it can also be made of many different materials like wood, stucco plaster, and stone. The bungalow style brings us to the end of our English lesson. Let me know. In this video, you will learn a detailed glossary of English words which will help you describe, in general, lots of different types of houses. Our first type of house is an apartment. Repeat after me. Apartment. And where can we find apartments? We call the building apartments are located in an apartment building or an apartment block. Apartment is more commonly used in American English, but in British English, an apartment can be called a flat. Repeat after me. Flat. Okay, let's move on to our next term, which is duplex. And duplex describes any house which has 2 levels, or 2 stories. A lot of houses can be described as being duplex, and when an apartment has 2 levels or 2 stories, we simply call it a duplex apartment. Let's move on to our next house type, which is a little bit smaller. Cottage. Repeat after me. Cottage. Generally, cottages are small and located in the countryside. In my homeland of Ireland, it is common to see cottages with a thatched roof. You can see that indicated on the screen. A thatch roof is made of dried grass. And when a cottage has this type of roof, we simply call it a thatched cottage. Repeat after me. Thatched cottage. Our next house type is a bungalow. Repeat after me. Bungalow. When it comes to bungalows, they generally have 1 level. This word is commonly used throughout the English-speaking world, but in American English, it is often referred to as a holiday destination home. Bungalow. Our next home type is also common in America. It is called a cabin. Repeat after me. Cabin. Cabins are generally small houses, and again, in America, they are often used for vacation purposes. We can describe them as wooden, as they are made out of logs, which is cut timber. And because of this, they are sometimes referred to as a log cabin. Log cabin. A similar type of house is called a chalet. The T here at the end of the word is silent. Chalet. And because they are generally found in Switzerland, they can be referred to as a Swiss chalet. They are typically wooden and found in the Swiss Alps. Let's move on to our next house type. Now, you may know this building as a barn, and it is usually located in a farm. These can be made into a house and are called a barn conversion. Repeat after me. Barn conversion. And we use this word conversion because the barn has been converted or changed into a house. The main house or home on a farm is simply called the farmhouse. Repeat after me. Farmhouse. Let's move on and take our lesson on the road. Generally, houses that can be moved or are on wheels are called mobile homes. Repeat after me. Mobile home. In American English, these can be referred to as an or V. This acronym stands for recreational vehicle. Recreational vehicle. And in British English, this can be referred to as a caravan. Repeat after me. Caravan. A caravan or RV, which is a bit bigger and more stationary, in American English is called a trailer. Trailer. And the area which these are stored in and lived in is called a trailer park. Trailer park. Our next type of house is a detached house. Repeat after me. Detached house. This type of house generally has 2 levels and stands alone. Up next we have semi-detached. Semi-detached. And this type of house shares one wall with another house. Semi-detached. Okay, let's move on to our next house type, which is called a terraced house. Terraced house. A terraced house is part of a continuous row of houses. These are common in the UK and Ireland. Moving on, our next house is called a villa. Villa. A villa has a particular style, which is generally from the Mediterranean, and they are typically found in warm climates. Our next house type is a manor. Repeat after me. Manor. Manors are generally large houses with lots of land. These type of houses are a remnant of the feudal system. This is an old system of society where lords or kings or princes owned big houses and rented lands to tenants. Similar to a manor is a mansion. Repeat after me. Mansion. And again, these are large houses and usually very expensive. They are typically associated with luxury and wealth. Some people in the world still live in castles. Repeat after me. Castle. Castles are defensive homes to help against attack, and they are very old and generally not built anymore. Our next house type is a palace. Repeat after me. Palace. Palaces are typically large, opulent buildings, and typically they are the residence of a leader of a country, like a king, a president, or a prime minister. There are very many different types of houses that I wasn't able to include in this video. Do you know any that I haven't mentioned? Let me know in the comments below, and maybe if I have enough words, I'll make another vocabulary video on this subject. And that brings us to the end of this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know how you got on in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Today we are about to take a fascinating journey through the diverse world of British house types. Our first stop is the quintessential British terraced house. These charming abodes stand shoulder to shoulder, forming rows of cosy homes. Dating back to the Victorian era, these houses boast distinctive features like uniform facades and shared walls, creating a sense of community like no other. Next up, we have the delightful British cottage. These quaint and often thatched roof homes are the epitome of charm. Cottages are often found in rural settings, exuding a cozy and idyllic vibe that makes them the perfect escape from the hustle and bustle of city life. Moving along, we have the semi-detached house, a staple of British suburban living. These homes share a common wall with one neighbouring house, offering a balance between privacy and companionship. They provide the best of both worlds, a bit of solitude and a sense of community. Prepare to be amazed by the majestic British mansion. These opulent residences are characterised by their grandeur, sprawling grounds and exquisite architectural details. Mansions have a rich history and often hold stories of the aristocracy and elite, showcasing the height of luxury. Our next stop is the Cozy Bungalow, a single-story dwelling that's perfect for those who appreciate simplicity and accessibility. Bungalows are known for their open layouts and minimalistic design, making them a popular choice for retirees and families alike. Travelling back in time, we stumble upon the Tudor-style house. With its iconic timber framing, steep gabled roofs and leaded windows, the architectural gem harkens back to the Tudor period. These houses are a delightful blend of history and charm. Now let's shift our focus to the sleek and contemporary modern apartments. Found in bustling city centres, these high-rise structures redefine urban living. With their minimalistic aesthetics, innovative designs, and convenient amenities, they cater to those seeking a cosmopolitan lifestyle. The British flat, a term synonymous with urban living. These compact and stylish dwellings are commonly found in multi-story apartment buildings across bustling cities. With their efficient use of space and modern amenities, flats offer a contemporary lifestyle that's perfect for individuals or young families seeking the energy of city life. Now let's shed some light on council estates and council houses, which are integral aspects of British housing history. Council estates are large housing developments owned by local authorities, offering affordable accommodations for a diverse range of residents. Council houses, often found within these estates, are individual homes provided by the government to address housing needs. These initiatives have played a crucial role in shaping the British housing landscape, promoting inclusivity and community development. And next up, our journey wouldn't be complete without a glimpse of the enchanting Victorian terrace. These elegant row houses are a testament to the Victorian era's architectural splendour. Adorned with intricate details, bay windows, and wrought iron railings, they evoke a sense of timeless beauty. Now let's explore the world of innovation with the prefabricated home. These modern marvels are constructed off-site and then assembled on location. With their efficient construction process and customizable designs, they're a testament to contemporary sustainable living. Last but certainly not least, we have the awe-inspiring British Castle. These historic landmarks stand as a testament to the nation's rich history of conquest and colonisation. The riches afforded from the British Empire allowed these fabulous buildings, with their towering turrets, fortified walls, and enchanting tales. These castles capture the imagination like no other. And there you have it, dear viewers, a captivating tour of British house types. From charming cottages to stately castles, each one tells a unique story of British architecture and culture. If you're looking to enrich your vocabulary about the beauty and wonders of gardens, you're in the right place, because today we're diving into the enchanting world of garden vocabulary. So if you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some English together. First up, we have the word shed. A shed is a small, often simple structure typically found in gardens. It's used for storing gardening tools, equipment, and other supplies. Shed. Let's move on to pond. A pond is a small, tranquil body of water in a garden. It's often home to aquatic plants and creatures, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Pond. Next up, we have grass. Grass is the luscious green carpet-like plant that covers the ground in most gardens. It's a vital part of the garden ecosystem, providing a soft space to walk and play. Grass. A lawn is a well-maintained area of grass that is mowed and cared for in a garden. It serves as a lush, inviting space for relaxation, outdoor activities, and aesthetic enhancement. Lawn. Let's move on to fence. A fence is a barrier made of wood, metal, or other materials that encloses and separates a garden from its surroundings, adding both aesthetic appeal and privacy. Fence. A flower bed is a designated area in a garden where flowers are planted. It's carefully designed to showcase a variety of colorful blooms. Flower bed. And a flower pot is a container typically made of clay, ceramic, plastic, or other materials used for planting and displaying flowers, plants, or small shrubs. Flower pot. Let's move on to vegetable patch. A vegetable patch is an area within a garden where various edible plants, such as vegetables and herbs, are cultivated. It's a space dedicated to growing fresh and nutritious produce for home consumption, promoting self-sufficiency and healthy eating. Vegetable patch. Next up, we have pathway. A pathway is a trail or walkway made of various materials such as stone, gravel, or concrete, guiding you through the garden's beauty and charm. Pathway. A bench is a seating area placed strategically in the garden, offering a comfortable spot to rest and enjoy the scenery. Bench. Next up, we have statue. A statue is a sculpted artistic representation often made of stone, metal, or other materials, adding a touch of elegance and culture to the garden. Statue. A trellis is a framework of wood or metal designed to support climbing plants like vines and roses, creating a visually appealing vertical garden. Trellis. Next up, we have bird bath. This is a shallow basin filled with water designed to attract birds for drinking and bathing, contributing to the garden's natural charm. Bird bath. A bush is a dense, low to medium-sized woody plant with multiple stems and branches. Bushes often add structure and visual interest to a garden, offering a variety of foliage, flowers, and sometimes even fruits. Bush. A hedge is a row of closely planted shrubs or bushes that are pruned and shaped to form a boundary or decorative element in a garden. Hedge. Our next term is rockery. A rockery is a carefully arranged collection of rocks and stones, often mixed with alpine plants, to create a unique and captivating landscape. Rockery. A terrace is a flat elevated platform built in the garden, often used for outdoor seating, dining, or other gardening purposes. Terrace. Up next, we have gazebo. A gazebo is a freestanding, open-sided structure with a roof, often placed in gardens as a charming focal point or relaxation spot. Gazebo. A blossom refers to the flower or a group of flowers on a plant, typically signaling the beginning of a plant's reproductive cycle. Blossom. Next up, we have a tree. And of course, a tree is a perennial woody plant characterized by a single main stem or trunk, which supports branches and leaves. Tree. And a fruit tree is a tree that produces edible fruits such as apples, oranges, cherry, or peaches. These trees are cultivated in gardens for their delicious and nutritious harvest. Fruit tree. And there you have it, my delightful vocabulary list for everything you might need in a captivating garden. From sheds to ponds and everything in between. These words will surely help you appreciate and describe the wonders of a garden like a pro. Hello, you're very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on gardening tools. First up, we have watering can. Repeat after me. Watering can. Our next word is axe. Repeat after me. Axe. Gardening gloves. Repeat after me. Gardening gloves. Our next tool is called a rake. Repeat after me. Rake. This is a garden hose. Garden hose. Our next word is wheelbarrow. Repeat after me. Wheelbarrow. Up next, we have bucket. Repeat after me. Bucket. Our next tool is used to cut the grass. Lawn mower. Repeat after me. Lawn mower. Next up, something to feed the grass. Sprinklers. Repeat after me. Sprinklers. This might also be referred to as the sprinkler system. Sprinkler system. Our next word is trowel. Repeat after me. Trowel. Our next tool is called the pruning shears. Pruning shears. And a bigger version of this is called the hedge shears. Hedge shears. Our next word is boots. Repeat after me. Boots. If you are enjoying learning lots of new words, why not check out my vocabulary lesson on the house? The link is on the screen now. Okay, let's get back to our vocabulary on gardening tools. Our next word is pitchfork. Repeat after me. Pitchfork. And up next is shovel. Repeat after me. Shovel. In American English, our next tool is called a weed whacker. Weed whacker. And in British English, a line trimmer. Repeat after me. Line trimmer. Up next, we have something you will find in nearly every garden. Flower pot. Repeat after me. Flower pot. Our next word is shed. Repeat after me. Shed. And coming up is our final word. Seeds. Repeat after me. Seeds. In today's video, we're going to explore the fascinating world of houseplants. I'll be showing you the top 12 most popular houseplants around the globe, and I'll provide you with their common English names and some interesting facts about each one. So if you're ready, let's get started. First up, we have the ficus, commonly known as the rubber plant. It's a popular choice due to its glossy, thick leaves and air-purifying qualities. The ficus is native to Southeast Asia and is known for its resilience in different environments. Next up, we have the monstera, also known as the Swiss cheese plant. Its iconic perforated leaves give it a unique and attractive appearance. Interestingly, the holes in its leaves are thought to help it withstand strong winds and rain in its natural habitat. Now we have the snake plant, known for its vertical sword-like leaves. This plant is practically indestructible and is an excellent air purifier, making it a great addition to any home. Here's the peace lily, recognizable for its elegant white blooms. Not only is it a beautiful houseplant, but it also helps improve indoor air quality by filtering out common pollutants. The spider plant is a popular choice for beginners. It's characterized by its arching, grass-like leaves with baby spiderets that dangle from the mother plant. These baby spiderets can be propagated to create new plants. Aloe vera is known for its medicinal properties, especially for soothing burns and skin irritations. Apart from its healing qualities, this succulent has a striking appearance with fleshy pointed leaves. The pothos, often called devil's ivy, is an adaptable and low-maintenance houseplant. Its heart-shaped leaves have attractive variegations and can trail gracefully from a hanging pot. Up next, we have the ZZ plant, a hardy and resilient plant known for its glossy dark green leaves. It thrives in low light conditions and is ideal for those who don't have a green thumb. The Boston fern is a classic choice for adding a touch of greenery to any space. Its feathery, arching fronds create a lush and vibrant look, making it a favorite in many households. The Chinese evergreen is prized for its striking foliage, featuring a mix of green and silver patterns. It's a versatile plant that can thrive in various light conditions and prefers low humidity. The philodendron is a popular trailing plant with heart-shaped leaves. It's easy to care for and can add a touch of lushness to shelves, cabinets, or hanging baskets. The yucca is a visually striking plant with tall sword-like leaves and a unique architectural appearance. It's native to arid regions and can tolerate dry indoor environments. And there you have it, the top 12 most popular houseplants with their common English names and fascinating information about each one. Hello everyone, I'm really excited to bring you my latest English lesson on dog vocabulary. The topics for discussion are dog biology and health. Our second topic will be a dog's life, and I'll finish off this lesson by giving you the vocabulary for the top 10 most popular dog breeds around the world. Will your favourite be there? So stick around and find out. So if you're ready to begin, sit back, relax, and repeat after me. And let's start with our first topic, dog biology and health. Did you know that dogs share lots of vocabulary with humans when it comes to body parts? On screen you can see just a few of them, but there are words which are specifically used for dog vocabulary, so let's check out a few of them right now. This body part on screen, which contains the nose and the mouth, is called the snout. Repeat after me. Snout. A less common name for it is muzzle. Muzzle. The next word we will take a look at is paw. Repeat after me. Paw. And located on the paw are claws. Repeat after me. Claws. I'm using the plural here because that's generally how we refer to them. Our next body part is fur. Repeat after me. Fur. You can also use the term dog hair. Repeat after me. Dog hair. Our next word is tail. Repeat after me. Tail. Okay, next I have a question for you. What do you call a female dog? The answer might shock you. We call a female dog a bitch. Repeat after me. Bitch. Now please note that this word is offensive if you use it to refer to another person. However, if you're involved in a conversation about dogs, it's perfectly acceptable to use this in the right context. A male dog is simply called a dog. And for a young dog, we call them a puppy or a pup. Isn't he super cute? The person you bring your dog to if they're sick or need attention is a veterinarian. However, this is usually shortened to vet. Repeat after me, vet. Vets offer lots of service for dogs and all animals, like medical care, vaccinations, surgery, medication, advice, and euthanasia. Vaccinations provide protection for your dog against distemper, parvovirus, hepatitis, and kennel cough. And when we talk about actually getting vaccinations, we call these shots or vaccine injections. Let me do an example for you in a sentence. My dog got his vaccine shots when he was a puppy. Dogs can also suffer from parasites or worms. These include roundworm, tapeworm, and hookworm. And to prevent this, you can give your dog medication, usually added to food, and you usually do this once a month. And we even have a word for it in English. Worming. Repeat after me. Worming. Another parasite which can annoy your dog is a tick. Repeat after me. Tick. And these live on the dog's skin. Treatment for this could be removal, medicine, or a treated collar, which the dog would wear. Okay, let's move on to our next topic, a dog's life, where we'll take a look at lots of different vocabulary which your dog might encounter on a daily basis. Our first word is dog bed. Repeat after me. Dog bed. Our next word is dog house. Repeat after me. Dog house. Another word you can use instead of dog house is kennel. Repeat after me. Kennel. And our next word is walk. Repeat after me. Walk. But this is not the verb, it's the noun. It can also be called walkies. Repeat after me. Walkies. Let's take a better look at this in an example sentence. I like to take my dog for a walk. I like to take my dog for a walk. If you wanted to use the verb to walk, you could say, I walk with my dog every day. I walk with my dog every day. And when you go on a walk, you use a leash. Repeat after me. Leash. Let's take a look at another example. I put my dog on a leash for her walks. I put my dog on a leash for her walks. Let me know in the comments how much you love to go walking with your dog. Another thing dogs really enjoy is petting. This is the word that we use when we rub or tickle our dog to bond and to give them pleasure. And yes, there is a verb, to pet. I know this word is strange and a bit confusing, so let's take a look at some example sentences. I am always petting my dog on the head. I am always petting my dog on the head. I pet my dog before I go out every day. I pet my dog before I go out every day. Another aspect of dog care is dog grooming. Repeat after me. Dog grooming. And this is usually done by a dog groomer. Repeat after me. Dog groomer. Okay, now it's time for our final topic, where we take a look at the top 10 most popular dog breeds around the world. At number 10, we have Yorkshire Terrier. Repeat after me. Yorkshire Terrier. At number 9, we have German Shorthair Pointer. Repeat after me. German Shorthair Pointer. At number 8, we have the Rottweiler. Repeat after me. Rottweiler. And at number 7, we have the Poodle. Repeat after me. Poodle. At 6, we have the Beagle. Beagle. At 5, we have the Bulldog. Repeat after me. Bulldog. And at number 4, we have a slight variation on the Bulldog, the French Bulldog. Repeat after me. French Bulldog. And at 3, we have the Golden Retriever. Golden Retriever. In second place, we have the German Shepherd. German Shepherd. And the most popular dog breed in the world is the Labrador Retriever. Repeat after me. Labrador Retriever. And I have to include my favourite dog in the world, the Jack Russell Terrier. I really, really adore them. Jack Russell Terrier. Tell me in the comments below what your favourite dog is. I really want to know. In today's lesson, we'll be taking a look at cat anatomy, cat accessories, and some intriguing English expressions. Our first term is whiskers. Whiskers are delicate sensory hairs located on a cat's face that assist in detecting nearby objects and gauging their surroundings. Repeat after me. Whiskers. A cat's feet are known as paws. These are essential for climbing, hunting, and grooming. They are soft and padded, ideal for silent stalking. Paws. Claws are sharp, curved nails on a cat's paws. They are retractable, allowing cats to keep them sharp. Claws. Next up, we have the word tail. This is a cat's appendage, often used to express their emotions. A twitching tail might signify agitation, while a raised tail indicates happiness. Tail. Our next word is meow. This is the primary vocalization used by cats to communicate with humans and other animals. Meows can vary in tone and pitch, signifying different needs or emotions. Meow. A tomcat is a male cat, characterized by their big size, territorial behavior, and occasional wandering. Tomcat. A queen is a female cat, particularly used to describe a mother cat or a female in charge of a group of cats. Queen. A newborn or young cat is known as a kitten. Repeat after me. Kitten. Our next term is a medical term for cats. Spaying or neutering. These words are interchangeable. This is the surgical prevention of cats from reproducing, promoting better health and controlling the cat population. So we have spaying or neutering. A vet, which is short for veterinarian, is a professional specializing in animal health care, including cats and their specific needs. Vet. Let's move on and take a look at some of the essential cat accessories you'll need if you own a cat. First up, we have the scratching post. This is a designated object for cats to scratch, maintaining healthy claws and relieving stress for them. It also helps avoid your own furniture getting ruined by cats scratching them. Scratching post. A litter box is a container filled with litter where cats eliminate waste, and this is an essential for indoor cat owners. Litter box. The sand that goes into the box is commonly referred to as kitty litter or simply litter. A cat carrier is a portable container used to transport cats, especially to vet visits or during travel like on an airplane. Cat carrier. A collar is a band worn around a cat's neck, often with identification tags for safety and locating lost cats. The tag may also be referred to as a collar tag. This can be metal or plastic and will usually have some contact information if the cat goes missing. Cat toys are objects designed for cats to play with, keeping them mentally and physically stimulated, and they come in lots and lots of varieties. Toys. Every cat will need their own bed. This is a comfortable spot for cats to rest and sleep, ensuring a secure and cozy environment. Bed. A food bowl is a container for serving cats food and water. This is a vital part of a cat's daily routine. Food bowl. Catnip is a plant that induces a temporary state of euphoria in cats, making it a playful treat for many felines. Catnip. Grooming tools are items used to maintain a cat's fur and hygiene, especially for their health and comfort. Grooming tools. So far, you've learned lots of new vocabulary relating to cat anatomy and accessories. Next up, we're going to take a fascinating look at English expressions, superstitions, and idioms, all related to our fabulous feline friends. Our first English expression is curiosity killed the cat. English speakers use this idiom, cautioning against being too inquisitive or nosy, because this can often lead to trouble or danger. Curiosity killed the cat. We've already talked about the cat's whiskers, but when you say this, this can mean an expression used to describe someone or something that is outstanding, special, or unique. You would say, "That's the cat's whiskers." Taking a cat nap is a short, light sleep, usually taken during the day, just like the dozing habits of cats. I'm taking a cat nap. I'm sure every culture has some superstitions relating to cats. In English-speaking cultures, black cats are often associated with luck, both good and bad. Some believe seeing a black cat can bring luck, while others see it as a bad omen. It is often said that cats have 9 lives. This is the belief that cats have multiple lives or are able to cheat death, contributing to their mystical allure. 9 lives. And finally, let's finish up with some fun English idioms. Our first being, to let the cat out of the bag. This idiom means revealing a secret or confidential information that was meant to be kept hidden. You could say, he told everyone my secret and let the cat out of the bag. Our next idiom is like herding cats. We use this idiom to describe a difficult or nearly impossible task, as cats are known for their independent nature. You could say something like, getting the kids to do their homework is like herding cats. And there you have it. Thank you for joining me on this enchanting journey through the world of cats and their language in English. Today we'll be embarking on a fascinating journey into the world of power tools. Our first tool is drill. A drill is a versatile power tool that, with its rotating drill bit, bores precise holes into various materials like wood, metal, or concrete. A circular saw is a formidable cutting tool featuring a toothed circular blade. It excels in slicing through a wide range of materials like wood, plastic, and metal. The jigsaw, known for its versatility, employs a reciprocating blade to cut intricate curves and shapes into materials. Next up, we have the angle grinder. This is a handheld powerhouse. It employs an abrasive disc for tasks like grinding, cutting, and polishing metals, stone, and other materials. Let's move on to the electric sander. This is designed to swiftly smooth surfaces using moving sandpaper, making it an essential tool for woodworking and finishing tasks. We also have the belt sander. With its continuous loop abrasive belt, this is the go-to tool for heavy-duty sanding and swift material removal. Our next tool is the router. This is indispensable in woodworking. It is used to hollow out areas in wood or plastic. It is a go-to tool for creating decorative edges and profiles. A planer is used to skillfully shave down the surface of wood, resulting in a smooth and even finish. It's a cornerstone of carpentry and woodworking. A tile saw equipped with a specialized blade is tailored for precise cutting of ceramic or stone tiles, a must-have for tiling projects. The chainsaw is an essential tool in forestry and landscaping. It is purpose-built for cutting through tree branches and logs with efficiency. Let's move on to demolition hammer. With its powerful blows, the demolition hammer is designed for breaking down concrete, masonry, and other challenging materials, making demolition tasks more manageable. A heat gun generates hot air and serves a variety of purposes, from stripping paint to shrinking tubing and even to thawing frozen pipes. The concrete vibrator is a critical tool in concrete work, helping to eliminate air bubbles from freshly poured concrete, ensuring a strong and smooth finish. A nail gun, also known as a nailer, is a powerful tool that drives nails into various materials with precision and speed. It's commonly used in construction and woodworking for faster and more efficient fastening. Power tools are an important part of various professions and hobbies, from construction to crafting. Learning the vocabulary related to these tools will enable effective communication and understanding in these fields. If you found this video informative, drop it a like and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Learning English Pro, for lots more informative content. In this lesson, I will be exploring lots of interesting and useful English words relating to containers. Containers are everyday items that we use all the time to put and store our things in. So get ready for lots of handy English vocabulary that you can use straight away in your daily life. Our first container is a bottle. Repeat after me. Bottle. Bottles are usually found in two different types of materials, like a plastic bottle or a glass bottle. You could say a bottle of wine. Or how about a bottle of water? Our next container is a bag. Repeat after me. Bag. We have a plastic bag. Another type of bag is a brown paper bag. Repeat after me. Brown paper bag. Our next type of bag has a few different names in American and British English. In American English, it could be called a trash bag or a garbage bag. In British English, it can be referred to as a bin bag or simply as a black bag. Another common type of bag is a shopping bag. Repeat after me. Shopping bag. And we could say a bag of apples. Repeat after me. A bag of apples. A bigger type of bag made of cloth is called a sack. Repeat after me. Sack. A sack of wheat. A sack of wheat. Let's move on to a different type of container. This is a barrel. Repeat after me. Barrel. These are commonly used for liquids, so we could say a barrel of oil. Or how about a barrel of wine? This is a basket. Repeat after me. Basket. There are a few types of baskets, like a bike basket. Another common type of basket is a picnic basket. A picnic is a lunch or meal outdoors served while sitting on a blanket. A type of basket which we all use a lot is a shopping basket. These are generally made from metal or plastic. A basket of bread. Repeat after me. A basket of bread. Our next container is very useful in the kitchen. A bowl. Repeat after me. Bowl. We could say a bowl of soup. A bowl of soup. Or how about a bowl of rice? A bowl of rice. Up next we have box. Repeat after me. Box. Cardboard box. Cardboard box. Lunchbox. Lunchbox. If a box is made of plastic, it can sometimes be called a plastic storage container. And this type of box on screen is called a crate. Repeat after me. Crate. You could say a crate of apples. A crate of apples. Moving on, our next container is really useful when you're cleaning. A bucket. Repeat after me. Bucket. A bucket of water. A bucket of water. And if you need some refreshment, this container can offer to you a can. Can. We could say a can of soda. A can of soda. Or how about a can of cola? A can of cola. A similar container which is used to contain food is a tin. Repeat after me. Tin. A common item on the shopping list in Britain would be a tin of beans. Repeat after me. A tin of beans. Our next container is a case. Repeat after me. Case. A case is a container to keep something safe in. There is also suitcase. Repeat after me. Suitcase. Our next type of container is used to store liquids. A carton. Repeat after me. Carton. Probably the most common type of carton is a milk carton. Milk carton. Staying with liquids, we also have a glass. Glass. We could say a glass of wine. Or how about a glass of orange juice? Another container made of glass is a jar. Repeat after me. Jar. We could say a jar of honey. A jar of honey. A smaller, flatter type of jar is known as a tub. Repeat after me. Tub. These are usually used in cosmetics, so we could say a tub of moisturizer. A tub of moisturizer. Our next container is very close in spelling to tub. Tube. Repeat after me. Tube. A common type of tube is a tube of toothpaste. A container which is used to store and serve liquids is known as a jug or as a pitcher. A pitcher is usually a slightly larger jug. You could say a pitcher of orange juice. Or how about a jug of milk? Another useful container for beverages is a mug. Repeat after me. Mug. And commonly found around the world is a mug of coffee. A mug of coffee. Our next container is popular in the garden. A pot. Pot. This can be more commonly referred to as a flower pot. Flower pot. Our next container is a packet. Repeat after me. Packet. And one of my favorite packets is a packet of chips. Repeat after me. A packet of chips. Our final container is a pan. Repeat after me. Pan. We could say a pan of boiling water. A pan of boiling water. Hello and welcome back to Learning English Pro. In today's video, we'll be exploring a comprehensive English vocabulary word list relating to gym equipment. Our first piece of gym equipment is the treadmill. A treadmill is a stationary exercise bike with a moving platform or belt that allows users to walk, jog, or run in place. It is commonly used for cardiovascular workouts, helping to improve stamina, burn calories, and enhance overall fitness. Treadmill. Let's move on to dumbbells. These are handheld weights used for strength training exercises. They come in various weights and sizes and are used to target specific muscle groups. Dumbbell. Similar to a dumbbell, we have a barbell. This is a long metal bar with weights attached to both ends. It's commonly used in weightlifting and strength training exercises. Barbell. Our next piece of equipment is the elliptical. This can be also known as an elliptical trainer or cross trainer, and it's a stationary cardio machine that simulates activities like stair climbing, walking, and running without causing excessive impact on joints. Elliptical. Moving on to the rowing machine. This is an exercise machine that simulates the motion of rowing a boat. It provides a full body workout, engaging muscles in the arms, legs, back, and core. Rowing machine. A bench is a piece of gym equipment used for various strength training exercises. It typically consists of a flat or inclined surface where users can sit or lie down while performing exercises like bench presses, dumbbell flies, and lots more. Bench. A mat or an exercise mat, often referred to as fitness or yoga mat, is a padded, cushioned, and non-slip surface designed to provide comfort and support during various workout routines and stretching exercises. Mat. A kettlebell is a cast iron weight with a handle resembling a kettle with a spout. It is used for dynamic and functional exercises that involve swinging, lifting, and moving the kettlebell to engage multiple muscle groups and improve strength, flexibility, and coordination. Kettlebell. Next up, we have resistance bands. These are stretchable bands made of rubber or latex that provide resistance during strength training exercises. They come in various resistance levels and can be used to target specific muscle groups. Resistance bands. A stationary bike, also known as an exercise bike, is a stationary cardio machine that mimics the motion of cycling. It provides a low-impact workout that targets the lower body muscles. Stationary bike. Our next term is the pull-up bar. This is a horizontal bar that is often mounted to a wall or frame. It is used for upper body strength exercises like pull-ups and chin-ups, which primarily target the muscles of the back, shoulders, and arms. Pull-up bar. A medicine ball is a heavy ball, often made of rubber, that is used for strength and conditioning exercises. It can be lifted, thrown, or slammed to engage various muscle groups and improve power and coordination. Medicine ball. A leg press machine is a gym equipment used for leg strength training. Users sit on a seat and push a weighted platform away from them using their legs. It primarily targets the quadriceps, hamstrings, and glutes. Leg press machine. And a cable machine is a piece of gym equipment that consists of adjustable cables and handles. It allows users to perform a wide range of exercises by adjusting the height, angle, and resistance of the cables. Cable machine. A yoga block is a prop used in yoga practice to provide support and stability. It is often used to modify yoga poses and stretches, especially for practitioners who need assistance in reaching the floor or achieving proper alignment. Yoga block. A foam roller is a cylindrical tool made of foam that is used for self-myofascial release. It is rolled along different muscle groups to alleviate muscle tension, improve flexibility, and enhance recovery. Foam roller. A jump rope is a rope used for cardiovascular workouts and improving coordination. It involves jumping over the rope as it passes under your feet, providing an effective and fun way to engage in aerobic exercise. Jump rope. Our next term is the stair climber. This is an exercise machine that simulates stair climbing for cardiovascular fitness. It provides a low-impact workout that targets the lower body muscles. Stair climber. Let's move on to the squat rack. This is a piece of gym equipment used for performing squats and other compound exercises. It consists of upright posts with adjustable safety bars that support the barbell during exercises. Squat racks are essential for safely lifting heavy weights. Squat rack. Last but not least, we have the punching bag. This is a heavy bag made of durable material used for boxing and martial arts training. It is punched, kicked, and struck to practice techniques, build strength, and improve cardiovascular endurance. Punching bag. And that's a wrap on our vocabulary-themed journey through the world of the gym. I hope you've gained a deeper understanding of the terminology that surrounds this hub of health and fitness. Hello, you are very welcome to this English vocabulary lesson on Christmas traditions. So if you're ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn some Christmas English together. Let's take a look at our first word, tradition. What does this word mean? A tradition is a long-established custom or belief that has been passed on from one generation to another. And if something is part of a tradition, we can use the adjective traditional to describe it. Repeat after me. Traditional. The first Christmas tradition we will look at involves this plant, the mistletoe. Repeat after me. Mistletoe. It is a Christmas tradition to kiss someone you love under the mistletoe flower. The tradition of kissing under the mistletoe became popular in the late 18th century in England. Our next Christmas tradition involves gifts or presents. These words mean the same thing and you can use whichever one you prefer. The action of giving a gift is simply called gift giving, and that's our tradition, gift giving at Christmas. And this tradition of gift giving relates to the Christian story of giving gifts to baby Jesus. And it has been combined with the legend of Santa Claus. His gift giving comes from the story of St. Nicholas, a 4th century bishop. Another part of gift giving is the Christmas stocking. Repeat after me. Christmas stocking. The Christmas stocking is used as a package to give smaller presents. The tradition comes from a story about when St. Nicholas gave money to some people in need and a gold coin dropped into a stocking. Christmas stockings are hung around the home and are a common Christmas decoration. Another decoration which you will find in almost every home is the Christmas tree. Repeat after me. Christmas tree. The Christmas sweater. Christmas sweater. Sweater is the American English for this garment. In British English, it would be called a Christmas jumper. Repeat after me. Christmas jumper. Let's move on to our next Christmas tradition, which is the Christmas card. Did you know that in 1843, Sir Henry Cole had the idea of the Christmas cards with his friend John Horsley, who was an artist? They designed the first card and sold them for 1 shilling each. And on screen, you can see the very first card they produced. Our next Christmas tradition is one of my favorites, gingerbread house. One more time, gingerbread house. Gingerbread houses originated in Germany during the 16th century. These houses are made of cookies and decorated with icing, chocolate, and lots of tasty treats. And staying on the subject of food, Christmas dinner is probably the most important tradition of all of Christmas. Christmas dinner might also be called Christmas lunch, especially in the UK. Or it may simply be referred to as the family dinner. At Christmas dinner, roast turkey is traditionally the meat that is served. Other foods that are traditionally served at Christmas dinner include mashed potatoes, along with gravy, and usually served with lots of vegetables. If you are having Christmas in the UK, you may be offered something sweet like a mince pie. And also popular in the UK at Christmas time is Christmas pudding. And in the United States, pumpkin pie is still very popular for dessert. And that brings us to the end of our English lesson on Christmas traditions. In today's video, we're embarking on a journey to explore American neighborhoods, unique terms and concepts related to them. If you're from a different country or just curious about life in the United States, this word list is for you. Let's begin with suburb. In America, suburbs are residential areas located just outside major cities. They offer a balance of city access and a quieter suburban lifestyle. A cul-de-sac is a dead-end street with a circular end, common in American neighborhoods. It provides a safe space for children to play and reduces through traffic. Something commonly found in American neighborhoods is the Homeowners Association, sometimes abbreviated to HOA. This organization is one that manages and maintains common areas in a neighborhood, setting rules and regulations for residents. Something you may see depicted in art and television and movies is the white picket fence. This is an iconic symbol of American suburban life, representing a picturesque and secure home environment. Another cultural aspect of the suburbs is front porch culture. This is where neighbors sit together on their porches, chat, and interact with passing neighbors, creating a sense of community. A block party is a community event where neighbors gather to socialize, often featuring food, music, and games. In American neighborhoods, children wait at a school bus stop to catch the bus to school. They're a common sight in suburban areas. Next up, we have yard sale, sometimes referred to as a garage sale. This is where residents sell items they no longer need. This is often done in their front yard or on their driveway. Another iconic piece of American suburban culture is the pickup truck. This is a popular vehicle in American neighborhoods, known for its versatility and practicality. Unlike lots of other places around the world, in the US, residents typically have a mailbox at the curb in front of their house. This is where postal workers will deliver their mail. A homecoming parade is a traditional event, usually associated with high schools and colleges, where alumni and the community come together to celebrate. A gated community is a neighborhood with restricted access, often featuring security gates, walls, and guards for added privacy. A point of pride for many homeowners is the front yard lawn. This is the well-kept grassy area in the front of the home. Trick or treating is a Halloween tradition where children dress up in costumes and visit neighbors' homes for candy. And if you'd like to learn more about trick or treating and Halloween in general, check out my video. The link for that is on screen and in the video description below. On the 4th of July, barbecues are a staple in American neighborhoods, featuring lots of tasty grilled food and a fireworks event at the end of the day to celebrate Independence Day. And there you have it, a unique tour of the culture of American neighborhoods. Whether you're from a different country or just curious about American culture, I hope this video has been informative. In today's lesson, we'll be diving into a topic that's essential for many of us, buying a car. Whether you're a beginner or looking to enhance your English, this lesson will equip you with the necessary vocabulary and phrases for this important activity. Let's begin with some essential car buying vocabulary. Remember, you can always pause and rewind the video to practice these words and phrases. Let's look firstly at different types of cars which people commonly buy. This is a sedan. A sedan is a four-door passenger car with a trunk or boot that is separate from the passenger's compartment. Our next car type is an SUV. SUV stands for Sports Utility Vehicle. It refers to a type of car that sits high off the ground and which often has four-wheel drive and rugged styling. A convertible is a passenger car that can be driven with or without a roof in place. The methods of retracting and storing the roof vary among eras and manufacturers. A hatchback is a type of car with a rear door that swings upwards. This provides access to a cargo area in the main interior of the car, rather than a separated trunk like a sedan. And next up we have a pickup truck, or simply known as a pickup. This is a light-duty truck that has an enclosed cabin. And it also has a back end made of a cargo bed that is enclosed by three low walls with no roof. Let's move on to take a look at some words relating to car parts. The heart of the car is the engine. This is the part that converts the energy of the fuel into mechanical energy and produces the power which makes the car move forward or backwards. In a car, a transmission or a gearbox acts as the medium that transmits power generated by the engine to the wheels via a mechanical system of gears and gear trains. A brake is the mechanical device in a car that stops motion by absorbing energy from a moving system. The steering wheel is the wheel that a driver rotates in order to steer or drive a car. The steering wheel is connected to the dashboard. The dashboard in a car is the panel facing the driver's seat where most of the instruments, switches, and information are. A car dashboard monitors vehicle speed, and engine temperature. A car's tires can be an important consideration when purchasing. This is the rubber covering placed round a wheel to form a soft contact with the road. This word has different spellings in American and British English, which you can see on screen right now. Let's move on and take a look at some of the documents you may need when thinking about getting a new car. The car registration is an important document which registers your ownership of the car with your local government authority. A car title includes official information about the vehicle and the owner. It differs from vehicle registration and proof of insurance as it's strictly proof of car ownership. Car insurance covers damage to your vehicle and protects you financially if you're liable for someone else's injuries or damages. It can also pay for medical bills if you or your passengers are injured in an accident or if you're hit by a driver who is uninsured or underinsured. A car loan is an agreement between you and a lender that says they will give you money to buy a car. In return, you'll pay them back with interest in an agreed upon period of time. If you're thinking of buying a car, the place that you go is called a car dealership. And the person that you buy the car from is called a car dealer. Different countries have different rules, but in lots of places you can buy a car second hand. This is where it has been previously owned by someone else and they will sell it to you at a discounted price. This is usually done online or through local newspapers and advertisements. Wherever you go, you're going to need some handy English phrases to get your dream car. So let's take a look at some now. Something you would say to start the conversation with the car dealer is, "I'm in the market for a new car." Repeat the phrase after me. I'm in the market for a new car. If you see a car that you like and you want to know how much it is, you would say, "What's the asking price?" What's the asking price? When you're buying a new car, you can get the permission of the car dealership to take it for a test drive. To do this, you would simply say, "Can I take it for a test drive, please?" Can I take it for a test drive, please? If you need a loan to purchase your car, you can ask the car dealership, "Do you offer financing?" Do you offer financing? Lots of new cars and sometimes second-hand cars will come with a guarantee. This means that if anything goes wrong with the car within a certain period of time, the car dealership will repair or replace the parts. If you want to check if your car comes with this, you could ask, "Is there a warranty?" Is there a warranty? So you see a car that you like and you want to know more about it. What could you ask the dealer? "Hi, I'm interested in the sedan over there. Can you tell me more about it?" Listen and repeat after me. "Hi, I'm interested in the sedan over there. Can you tell me more about it?" So you found the car that you like, but the price is a little high. If we want the car for a cheaper price, how may we approach this with the car dealer? We could say, "The price seems a bit high. Is there any room for negotiation?" The price seems a bit high. Is there any room for negotiation? Before we wrap up, here are some important tips when buying a car. Number 1. Research. Always research the make and the model of the car you want. A budget is really important when coming to buying a car, so it's important to set a budget, a limit on what you want to spend, and stick to that. If you find a car that you really like, make sure to check its vehicle history. This is an important check on the car's history report. It can tell you things about the car that may change your mind about buying it. When it comes to buying a second-hand car, it's important to get an inspection. This is having a trusted mechanic check over the car to make sure everything is okay. To guarantee a smooth sale, ensure all the documents we've discussed in this lesson are in order. And that's it for today's lesson on buying a car and essential vocabulary and phrases. I hope you found it helpful. Remember, practice makes perfect, so keep practicing these words and conversations to boost your English skills. Hi everyone and welcome back to Learning English Pro. It's Jer here. In this video, we're going to delve into the world of flooring and explore lots of related terms that you may need to know if you're doing up your house or if you're just interested in expanding your English vocabulary. If you wish to follow along, all the terms covered in the lesson are in the video description. So if you're ready, let's jump right in. And the first type of flooring we'll take a look at today is hardwood flooring. This is made from solid wood and is known for its durability and timeless beauty. It's often used in homes and commercial spaces. The grain in hardwood flooring refers to the unique patterns and lines in the wood's surface, adding character to the floor. With hardwood flooring, you'll often hear people talking about the finish or the need for a refinishing. The finish on hardwood floors reflects the look of the floor, and it can be matte, semi-glossy or glossy, and all of these looks affect both the appearance and the maintenance of hardwood floors. Refinishing hardwood floors involves sanding and resealing the surface to restore their original shine and smoothness. Our next term is plank. Planks are individual strips of hardwood used to create the flooring surface. They come in various widths and sizes. Another term you'll need to know is species. There are lots of different types of wood species used in flooring, such as oak, maple, and cherry. All of these different types of species offer varying looks and durability. Let's move on to a different type of flooring. This is laminate flooring. It is a cost-effective option made of composite wood materials, and it mimics the appearance of hardwood or tile. An essential term when it comes to laminate flooring is interlocking. Laminate planks often feature interlocking edges, making installation easier and more secure. The different planks click in together. It's a little bit like a jigsaw puzzle with straight edges. Our next term is underlayment or underlay. This is a thin layer placed beneath laminate flooring to provide cushioning. It has features like sound absorption and moisture protection. Our next type of flooring is tiles. Sometimes you'll hear people refer to it as tiling. A tile flooring is versatile and comes in various materials like ceramic, porcelain, and natural stone. It's common in kitchens and bathrooms and comes in a huge variety of styles and colours. Grout is the mixture used to fill the gaps between tiles, securing them in place and enhancing the overall look. When we talk about the porosity of a tile, we're talking about its ability to absorb water. So porosity can be an important consideration when choosing tiles for wet areas like a bathroom or shower room. An alternative type of tiling is a mosaic. Mosaic tiles are small, often colourful, that can create intricate patterns and designs. Let's move on to carpets. Carpet flooring consists of soft fibres and is popular for its comfort and insulation properties. It's ideal for bedrooms and living rooms. A technical term when it comes to carpets is pile. Pile refers to the density and length of the carpet fibres. These considerations can affect its texture and appearance. Our next term is Berber. Berber carpet has a looped pile construction and is known for its durability and stain resistance. You'll often see it used in places where there is a high foot traffic, like in a hallway or on a staircase. An underpad is similar to an underlayment or underlay. This is what goes underneath the carpet, and it provides cushioning and it can extend the life of a carpet. If you're getting a new carpet, you need to know the term carpet laying. This is the act of installing, cutting and fitting a carpet to a room or an area, and it's usually done by a professional. Let's move on to our next flooring, called linoleum. Sometimes this is shortened to lino. Linoleum is made from materials such as solidified linseed oil, pine resin, ground cork dust, sawdust, and mineral fillers such as calcium carbonate. It was invented in the mid-19th century, and it is an economical choice for floor covering. Like a carpet, it usually comes in one piece and is cut and fitted to the required area. Vinyl flooring is similar to linoleum, but it is made of a very different material. It is resilient and waterproof and often used in high moisture areas like kitchens and bathrooms. A luxury vinyl plank, or an LVP, is a high-quality vinyl flooring that mimics the look of hardwood planks. Whether you're using linoleum or vinyl flooring, you're going to need adhesive. Adhesive is another name for glue. Adhesive ensures that the floor covering is securely attached to the floor beneath. Our next floor type is concrete flooring. Concrete is that grey material we see in lots of construction. But when it's used in flooring, it can give a beautiful finish, and it's known for its durability and can often be found in industrial and modern settings. To give concrete flooring a really nice finish, we need to do some polishing. Polishing concrete floors involves grinding and smoothing the surface to achieve a glossy finish. A type of flooring which is known for its glossy finish is marble flooring. This is a type of natural stone flooring known for its unique veined patterns and luxurious appearance. It's commonly used in high-end homes and commercial spaces. When we talk about veining or veins in marble, we are referring to the distinct patterns and streaks that run through marble. Each slab or piece of marble is one of a kind due to its veining, making it a sought-after choice for interior design. Our next term is mortar. This is the adhesive used to secure marble tiles to the subfloor during installation. It's essential for stability and durability.